Hi everyone, and welcome to this video. If this is the first time that you're seeing me, I am the Hermit Tarot and this is my YouTube channel. I've reverted back to the old way of filming. It's like old habits die hard, you guys. So I will occasionally be showing my face just because I do love interacting with you in that way. But for now, this is just comfortable, I guess. There's no other way to put it. It's comfortable. Now, today's reading has been voted by you guys. It definitely was a knockout vote. Here's the results. The first place was the video that I've already done, which was quick messages about your love life. And a close second, literally tied in the end with over 2,500 votes, is the Have You Already Met the One reading. Now, a lot of you mentioned that you were hesitant to be a part of this reading. You didn't want this reading because you were nervous to hear whether you've already met this person or not. So I'm going to do my best to be considerate of that. And if you've watched me before, even if you've only watched one of my videos before, I've got a very direct way of reading. And I have a huge integrity when it comes to channeling the messages. I never like to pretend that I'm seeing something that I'm not. But with that being said, I can consciously soften the messages and just be more considerate about how I deliver them. So that's what I'm going to be doing in this reading. I'm going to be very considerate about the fact that this is a little bit of an intimidating reading. And, it's hard, especially some people were saying if they do know, that's just too much right now for people who are healing and for people who are on their own journey. So we're going to see what comes out. I have chosen to do 4 groups, and we will talk about the groups soon to help you pick a group. But before we get there, let's talk more about this reading. So right here on YouTube, this is what we're covering. We're asking Spirit, have you, the viewer, already met the one? And I'm using the one as a term to describe a life partner, somebody who has a very profound impact on your life, usually in a romantic way. If I get any other messages about non-romantic connections, I will bring it up in your reading, but I'm focusing on a romantic connection, a life partner, someone who you are feeling so connected to, or who you will feel so connected to that you just want to spend most of your life with them, or you want to create life with them. So that is the term. We are going to have a look at your union more so in the extended reading, but on YouTube we're asking Spirit, have you already met the one? What are some things that are affecting or have affected your union? This is to confirm whether you've met them or not and what stage you're at with your journey. And it's also to understand how the two of you grow into union as well. We're also going to ask, what do your higher selves think of each other? And something that I forgot to put on here is channeled messages. I do want to get some channeled messages from their higher self, just to get a better understanding of how the two of you will love each other. And in the extended reading, there'll be channeled messages too, but let me just try to finish one thing at a time. It's getting a bit chaotic over here. So yeah, on YouTube, we're having a look at the things that are affecting or have affected your union. We're gonna look at what do your higher selves think of each other. We're gonna get channeled messages from their higher self. And we're also gonna get advice for either reunion or union. In the extended reading, which is on my website, each group will be looking at what is union with the one supposed to be like for you. We're going to have a look at that. What is the union like between the two of you? And then we're going to have a look at why. And when we answer this why question, we're going to be considering soul contracts, your personalities, and the experiences that you go through. We're also going to be looking at what will you create together in your lifetimes, and we're going to consider children, family, legacy, etc. What will you create together? And the last question, to help really soften this reading, what will you treasure most about each other? So that is the extended reading, and that is the YouTube reading. You can find all this information in the description box and the pinned comment, including the link to the extended readings. If you are joining me in the extended readings, please make sure you select the right group. Each group is listed individually. So I did try to soften it. Usually when I ask this kind of question here, I also talk about the challenges just because I'm that kind of person. But I thought that for this reading, we'll just leave that out. I have a lot of readings that go into that, either from the lens of a future spouse or from the one. I think I've done at least 2 in-depth readings about the one. So if you want to look at those older readings, you're more than welcome. But that is what we're covering. I hope it is exactly what you were hoping for from me. If you have any feedback on these types of readings and what you would like to see in the future, please comment below. I'm not always able to respond, especially lately. I've just had a lot going on with family. If you've been keeping up with the community posts on my channel, but I do my best to read messages and to get feedback about things as well. Now, let me introduce you to the groups. As you can see, we do have 4 groups to choose from. My intention was to give you plenty of options to select a group that you feel you resonate with the most. Now, at the moment I am using a lot of the same cards, mostly because they're cards that I feel connected to, but I am going to be adding different cards to your reading. However, for the purpose of this video, I do want to use the Arcana of Astrology card just to add more depth into your pick a group portion. So let me pull some cards for each group to help you select a group that you may feel most drawn to. Once you know which group you feel most drawn to, click on the timestamps below to join me in your reading. Starting with group 1, please, Spirit. What card may offer them additional messages about whether or not they've met the one? Group 1. What card may offer them additional messages? Okay. So for group 1, if you feel drawn towards this crystal heart or this Arcana of Astrology card, the Ceres asteroid card, then you will be a part of group 1's reading. How will I do it? Yeah, that's good. Okay. Group 2, please, Spirit. What card may offer group 2's reading additional messages? Group 2, if you feel drawn towards the labradorite crystal heart, I'm only going to say the names of the crystals if I know them, but if you feel drawn towards this labradorite crystal heart or the full moon Arcana of Astrology card, then you'll be a part of group 2's reading. And for group 3, please, Spirit, what card may offer additional messages? Group 3, if you feel drawn towards this beautiful crystal heart, who is a Morkite crystal heart, or if you feel drawn towards the first house card from the Arcana of Astrology deck, then you'll be a part of group 3's reading. Group 4, please, Spirit. Whoa, okay, group 4. You guys have the 6th house card with your, I'm pretty sure this is a carnelian crystal heart. However, it is also looking like an agate. So if you feel drawn towards this crystal heart or the 6th house card in the Arcana of Astrology deck, you'll be a part of group 4's reading. Okay. So those are the 4 groups, all clearly laid out. Pause the video if you need more time. If you want more assistance, I do have a guided meditation that will play right after this. Once you know where to go, check the timestamps in the description box or the pinned comment and join me in your reading. To open your meditation, I'm going to ask you to take in 3 deep, mindful breaths. I want you to breathe in for 3 seconds and breathe out for 3 seconds. I will be guiding you through this. Make sure you're comfortable. Focus on the sound of my voice. And let's begin. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, and out, 1, 2, 3. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, and out, 1, 2, 3. Last breath. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, and out, 1, 2, 3. From this relaxed place, observe the groups in your mind. It can help if your eyes are closed. Is there a specific color you feel most drawn to right now? Perhaps it was a phrase I spoke about in the intro. Allow your relaxed mind to guide you to a group you are being most drawn to. Remember, your intuition is not a loud voice, but it is a strong voice, and it knows which of these groups contains the most honest messages for you. Allow it to guide you through symbols, colors, objects, and phrases that will connect you with the group that holds the most clear, honest messages for you. If you need more time, pause the video or repeat this meditation. Hi Group 1, and welcome to your reading. If you recognize the cherish card and the crystal heart here, then you're in the right place. Now, sweet souls, this is going to be a pretty interesting reading, I think, for me personally, because I'm the one doing it. But I do understand that this is a bit of a daunting reading for some of you. So I'm going to do my best to be considerate about the words that I say. When I do channel, I do get carried away. So please forgive me if it takes me a hot minute to just check in and be more considerate. But I am consciously going to try to just be very careful about the words I use. Now, we are asking Spirit, have you already met the one? You can find all of this information in the description box in the pinned comment. There'll be more info about the extended reading at the end of this reading. We're really focusing on this section here on YouTube. So before we get into it, I'm going to set my intentions. I like to do this usually off camera, but recently I've started doing this on camera just to help tune in with you and also give you the chance to set your intentions as well. Now, while you're setting your intentions, it would also be a good time to think about signs of confirmation that you may need to see or hear in order to confirm that this reading is meant for you and to claim the messages that you're hearing. Of course, always use your discernment. Take what resonates. Don't let the rest take from you. But as a little bit of a heads up, I'll be using decks that have a lot of animals, a lot of symbolism, a lot of colors, and I'm also going to be pointing out zodiac signs and astrological influences where I can. I'm going to do my best to remember the astrological component because I won't be reusing this deck. So if you want to set your intentions, I'm going to encourage you to do that now while I set mine as well. Spirit, please tune me in to my Group 1's energies. Please help me offer Group 1 the most clear, honest messages about their reading today. Thank you, Spirit. Instantly, I'm feeling a really soft, chill energy. So maybe you guys are watching this at night. I usually post this at night in Australia. Or maybe you're just here to have a little break and to try to relax and calm down. But I'm feeling a very chilled vibe. Some of you guys may also like to smoke, whether it is, tobacco or something else. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word here on YouTube, but you know what I mean. If you do know, you're obviously meant to have that message. Or there could be something else going on where your nervous system is just really relaxed. Like, it could also be something that you're not particularly happy about. Like maybe it's a muscle relaxant or a sleeping pill or something like that that you need in order to help you physically relax. But just feeling a very chill vibe. I'm just going to blow my nose because I don't want to do that on camera, and then I will be back to open your reading. Alrighty, so in terms of have you already met the one, these two objects already tell us a lot about that question. If you were a part of the pick a group portion, you would have seen me live shuffle these cards. For you, group one, I think that there is a feeling here of reaping the rewards of your hard work. So either you have met this person and you guys are building something together, or you're actively on a journey of learning from your relationships and trying to work hard to attract the right person, because it does feel like this is a harvest that requires patience, it requires effort, it requires a level of surrendering control because some things are out of your control. And it also requires resilience for you to learn from and adapt from the setbacks, the challenges, the quote unquote mistakes, and also just the experiences, right? So there's a feeling here of evolution and of actively trying to harvest something, create something, have something. This crystal has an interesting feeling because I don't know if you can see, but it's got a lot of different minerals in it. And I'm not too sure of what it's called by name, but the colors of this crystal indicate that there's a sort of a zinc or a iron aspect that creates the brown. There's also silica that creates the shimmer. There's not that strong of a shimmer though. And there's also compounds here of like, what is the word? Is it magnesium? Manganese? Anyway, it's a very complex crystal. It's a complex structure. It's a little chaotic, right? It is polished and it has been shaped and cut, but we're not seeing the harsh edges that you might see in like a labradorite crystal, for example, where there's sheets of silica that form under pressure and that create those shiny pieces. There's something very condensed and compact about this. So I feel like it's a hard earned effort coming into union with the one. So let's get some cards out. Let's pull some tarot cards. Spirit, have my group ones already met the one? Have my group ones already met the one, please, Spirit? Have my group ones already met the one? We have the Five of Pentacles reversed. We have the Star reversed. Have my group ones already met the one? We have the Fool 2.0, and at the back of the deck is the Strength card. I don't think we needed all these cards, but it was certainly helpful to build a picture of what is going on. Honestly, have you already met them? There is a weird feeling here of yes, but I'm also hearing but. Yes, you have met them, but are they in their life presently, Spirit? For some of you, the answer is no, they're not in your life presently. So what is going on here? There's an interesting thing here of like a history or a past connection with the Star card from when you were younger, or maybe you like grew up in the same town. but you were more naive, you were more innocent, and you gain a lot of your maturity in separation. So even if you've known this person when you were a child or when you were an adolescent, you become an adult in separation. You become yourself. And it's not about an age, it's about experience with the star card. It's about being able to feel as though your identity is stable. And so there's a period from childhood until adulthood where you're trying to figure that out. And this person crosses your path, but nothing is concrete. It feels as though it changes to give you the freedom to be able to figure out who you are first. And with the Five of Pentacles reversed, I believe that part of this has to do with you understanding how to take care of yourself materially. You may gain more financial stability before you come into union with this person. And it also feels like you have to kind of correct your attachment style before you come into union with this person, so that you're able to attach in a healthier way, not from a space of needing a significant other in your life, but because you want to create more with them. So it feels like you go through experiences and even relationships that could include having children with other people before you actually meet the one or come into union with them. Sorry to confuse you by using that language. It feels like you have that happen first and then you meet the one. And they feel very serendipitous in a way. It's like them coming in leaves no shadow of a doubt that they are the one, because of the way that they represent who you are becoming rather than who you were before. And yet there is a little bit of a semblance of your past when you meet them. And I think it's like that uncanny feeling of meeting someone and realizing, oh my gosh, we went to the same school, that kind of uncanny. Or you might realize that you grew up in the same small town and yet you never really crossed paths. Or there could have been a lot of things that happened that could have led you down a very different path, and yet the stars aligned to bring the two of you together. So that's what it feels like. It feels like what started off as star-crossed lovers, unbeknownst to you, becomes a feeling of the stars aligning to bring the two of you together. Both of these cards that I'm pointing to, the Star card and the Fool card, even though this is a supplementary card in this deck, the Fool 2.0, both of these cards hold ties to Aquarius and Uranus. And they also hold ties to Archangel Metatron, who has a very strong connection to the divine, to Source, to God, to the universe, to the Creator, whatever label you use. And these cards talk about how there is this uncontrollable aspect to our lives that feels divinely influenced, divinely guided, like divine timing, like God's plan, all of these terms and labels, and in a more scientific way, the term metaphysics, to describe almost the unexplainable, the uncontrollable, the things that we don't truly have an understanding of, and yet they do happen all the time. And so at first, what feels like something that stops us from meeting the one, it's actually an opportunity to develop ourselves first before we come into union with them. And so for some of you, you may not realize you've already met this person until they do well and truly become acquainted with you. And when they do, they have such a strong sense of connection to you from the beginning of this re-entry, because it's the full 2.0. They have such a strong connection to you from that moment that there's no denying that they are the one. And so it feels instantaneous once it happens later in life. And later in life is really going to be different for all of you. I wonder if we're covering that in the extended reading, kind of. But we do kind of talk about that in the next part of this reading. We'll have a look at what things are affecting or have affected your union. But it just feels like you have a connection in your childhood and when you're adolescents, either by having the same birthplace or hometown or school. There's some sort of crossover here where when you're younger, you're not meant to be together, but you have this shared history, this common sort of background that makes it very easy for you to cross paths again later in life. And so with the full 2.0, this does feel like a re-entry. It feels like their soul is now well and truly here in your life. And they come in such a fresh way that they feel like a fresh breath of air. They feel like a brand new type of person that you've never dated before. They feel like they carry possibilities with them. Union and getting to know them and even just trying to imagine a future with them is exciting, and it opens so many doors. It opens up your energy towards so many new experiences, and it feels very baggage free, very, again, exciting, refreshing. And so even if you have met this person before, they don't feel like an ex, because there's no water under the bridge here. There's no baggage with this card. There is a strong feeling of you two coming together, ready to create something together. Both of you are in this energy. Both of you have space in your lives for each other. Both of you have been through experiences and learned from those experiences enough to understand what you want, who you are, what you're trying to achieve, what your goals are, what your aspirations are, what you like, what you don't like, your boundaries, the things that you're still open to, and the type of person that you are. So you have this strong sense of identity, individuality, and even just autonomy when you come together as strong people, which is where this card comes into place. It feels like this person stands out, like they aren't meant to just sort of be overlooked. So when they are in your life, you will not only feel like they bring with them this optimistic feeling of a future that has so many possibilities and new ways of thinking and living and experiencing life, but they also feel like someone who you're developing feelings for quite quickly. They feel like someone that you have a strong connection with almost immediately, and they feel like someone that is ready to give as much as you're ready to give. They match your energy. They bring a lot of good qualities. They tick a lot of boxes, especially if you have a list or a manifestation guide of what you're looking for. And they also have this beautiful way of just caring, loving, supporting, romancing, being playful, and connecting with your inner child. So they have such a strong impact from the beginning of you realizing and recognizing that they are the one. So that answers the first question. Have you already met the one? It's a quite complicated answer. It's technically a yes, but the tarot cards have told us why. And the tarot cards have also told us how. Because for some of you, you're in this stage still and you're going, what the heck? Who is this person? Like, I'm definitely still over here. I'm healing. I'm cutting ties with my baggage and I'm trying to work out who I am and what I want to be in this life and what I want to focus on and what makes me feel unique, what helps me shine. I'm also trying to find my reference here and a sense of purpose. And I'm also trying to create the stability that you were talking about. For others of you, you're over here and you are starting to understand how you and this person have those past ties through those experiences from childhood to adolescence. So take that part as it resonates. You may be in very different journeys. We have Leo, Aquarius. Technically, this is Capricorn. Ceres is an asteroid. We also have Uranus and the Sun and Saturn. Okay. Did I just put the middle card in there too? I did. My bad. We're going to need that card again, so let me not do that. We'll put it to the side for now. All right. So it does have to be close to me because apparently it holds relevance to other aspects of your reading. We'll see what happens. Things that are or have affected your union. Spirit, where should we start? We're going to get some of these cards. Spirit, when it comes to group one's connection with the one, what are some things that have or will affect their union? We have heart chakra. We have the Ace of Swords. Oh, we have two cards. The back of the deck is dedicated effort. So straight away, I'm seeing that the main thing that's going to affect your union is how much you're willing to work for this type of relationship. This type of relationship, for some reason, takes hard work. And personally speaking, the only times I've seen this happen is when our childhood has failed to model healthy relationships that support our nature as a person. So you may have grown up in settings where you observed relationships that didn't have healthy attachment styles or healthy interactions or supportive exchanges. And it could be that you weren't taught how to love in a way that aligns with your nature as a person, that aligns with having empathy and understanding towards your partner, and that also aligns with that compromise that is needed to identify your own needs, your partner's needs, and a way forward. It feels like this relationship takes time, it takes effort, and it takes hard work to relearn or to try to gain the skills to sustain this type of long-term relationship, this type of life partner relationship. And that could just be because any long-term relationship is hard work, right? It has its ups, it has its downs. It takes effort. Anyone, I guess, who's been in a long-term relationship will say that. There's a lot of times where you feel like you're losing or like you're just, maybe not compatible, whether it's a friendship or a romantic connection. And then there's other times where you're going, okay, maybe we just need to recalibrate, reconnect, and reconsider what we're working towards. What does this relationship mean to us individually, and what do we want together as a partnership? So it takes effort as an individual, it takes effort as partners, and it takes time. So let's talk about your other oracle cards. These are the things that have affected or that are affecting or will affect your union. So we have heart chakra here. I think that a big part of you two being able to come together is being emotionally available. It is likely that you will have your heart broken before you meet this person properly, and before you're able to come into union with them. You will have to heal that feeling. You will have to resolve those issues. And I just want to be very clear. I changed the words there because healing is non-linear. I'm a true advocate of that. I don't believe we can just heal and we're done, especially with emotional issues, especially with psychological challenges. A lot of this can be an ongoing process, and we can have long periods in our lives where we aren't affected, where we don't feel like we're struggling, and then out of nowhere it can come back, or something can very majorly trigger it. So a big part of you being able to come into union with each other is understanding yourself from an emotional place, understanding what is good for you, what is healthy for you, and the kinds of boundaries you need in order to sustain healthy relationships in your life. And it is talking about platonic connections as well as romantic connections. You are likely to get a lot of practice before this relationship by focusing on your early relationships, your early romances, or by focusing more on your platonic, your family relationships, and healing those and addressing any underlying issues that may be impacting your emotional availability and that may be impacting how you foster and create meaningful relationships. And a word that keeps coming back is attachment. There's something here about your attachment style that may actually push people away rather than letting them get close to you. And so whether it's because you're avoidant and you have attachment issues or abandonment issues, or it could be that you're very, I don't know how to, I've got to find a better word that's going to be triggering. It could be that you come on very strong, and this could also be connected to abandonment issues. Or it could be connected to, well, that's how I was shown how to love somebody, is you give them everything and you spend all day together and they become your only friend. And so before you meet this person, you're in a space of understanding who you are, how you love, and how to accept love more freely, how to give love more appropriately, and how to be at peace with who you are, with your emotional needs, while also learning healthier ways to develop meaningful attachments by tapping into that unconditional love that we feel through Source, through God, through the universe. And the idea of unconditional love is that we accept people for who they are. We understand them for who they are, and we protect ourselves if necessary. We don't try to force them to be something that they're not. We don't wait until they become who they say they're going to be. We see them for who they are. We accept them as they are, and then we decide, well, is that enough for me? And what can I do to make sure my needs are met? So there's a lot that goes into this. For some of you, this is a quick process. For others, it takes years. And it does affect your union, even when you're together. It affects you because this is non-linear. It occurs all the time at varying degrees throughout various stages of your life. Your next card, sorry, I don't know if I explained all of that well, but we do need to move forward, group one. Your next card is the Ace of Swords. In this deck, it is the one of air, and it's called Clarity of Belief. So I do think that The butterfly on this card is incredibly intentional. There's a lot of green in your group. We saw that from the beginning. A lot of healing energy, a lot of energy to, focus on your healing. And the butterfly here is saying that one of the things that is going to affect your union and how the two of you come together is your ability to stay open-minded about your love life. This card represents new ideas, it represents new beginnings, and it also represents you feeling as though no matter what has happened, you always have opportunities, you always have chances, and you always have the ability to create something. Even if you feel like your back is against the wall, it starts with your mindset. It starts with the way you see the world, the way you see people, and especially the way you see yourself. And so I think that one of the things that will affect union is both of your abilities to stay open-minded and to be able to not project past experiences onto future people, to be able to physically put yourself out there, but to also be able to have the courage to try again, regardless of what has happened in the past, to be able to trust the process of getting to know someone again, regardless of what has happened in the past, and to treat each other like an opportunity that is fresh. It has no history, and it is going to naturally develop into something on its own without any need to put in guides or some caution tape. You don't need to look for red flags. Just trust yourself. Trust that your experiences have given you the wisdom, the instincts, and the understanding to navigate whether, as you get to know someone, they are the right fit for you. And so trusting when this person comes into your life that they do mean well is actually going to be a little bit of a barrier in the beginning. But I think that most of it is the process of being ready to start something new for both of you. That's what's going to affect this connection and being able to come into union. You also may be struggling to communicate certain things in the beginning. Coming into union physically is one thing, but there's also a struggle here of coming into union emotionally, spiritually. You guys may struggle to fully trust each other with your hearts, to fully feel connected to each other spiritually, especially if your faith or your spiritual beliefs are quite important to you. It may be easier for you to keep that personal, to keep that separate, and to not intertwine that or force that onto this person. You may worry that by wanting that or really expecting that, you're pushing them away. But by not communicating how important that is, you are pushing them away. And so I do think that listening to each other and giving each other the time to show you on all levels, emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually, that you are safe in each other's presence is something that will affect your ability to fully come into union. This is interesting because it feels like there are parts of yourself that you prefer to keep secret or separate instead of sharing or opening up. In fact, the main issue here may not be in listening, it may be in sharing with this card and this card, and being able to speak and communicate for fear of pushing that person away or saying something that's going to make them love you less, saying something that might make them judge you and love you less. So I do think that coming into union is about constantly looking at whether your needs are being met, whether you're actually sharing and listening and supporting and finding ways to be a meaningful part of each other's lives, especially if your faith is important to you, your spirituality is important to you, your culture, your studies, your particular interests, your friend groups. It's about finding the time and the space to convey that importance and to really remain connected in that way, because the possibility is always there. The only reason it kind of becomes challenging and eventually at some point it's going to feel like a huge wedge between you is because you're not being consistent and you're falling back into the habit of shutting down instead of sharing and opening up, and assuming instead of identifying. You don't want to assume with this person. You want to give them the dignity to be able to know where you're coming from and to be able to share where they're coming from. Assuming drives wedges between the two of you. Is there anything else with these cards that may affect group one's union with their life partner? Maybe friends. You guys are supposed to have a shared community. You guys are supposed to feel like you have a strong friendship. And so while it's natural, and in some ways I think it's actually healthy to have friendships outside of your romantic partnership, for the most part you're supposed to have a community of people around both of you. And so please be careful of assuming that this person isn't interested in getting to know your friends, or that they aren't interested in being a part of your church group just because they're not religious. You know, there's something here about community that is important to your connection. And there's also something here about a friendship that may affect your emotional availability, because that person as a friend is consuming a lot of your energetic and emotional capacity to get to know somebody else, and they may be projecting things onto you that are harmfully limiting your chances of connecting to your life partner. So a friendship may get tested, and the other message was that you and your life partner are supposed to have a shared community as well as your own friends outside of your partnership. So that is what I'm seeing for that question. Let's move forward. We're going to have a look at what do your higher selves think of each other, and then we'll get channeled messages from their higher self, which reminds me I do need cards for that. So I might go and get my deck really quickly. Okay, let's have a look at what your higher selves think of each other. Spirit, what does person A's higher self? I'm going to do this as person A, person B, because you, my viewer, may not resonate as person A, but somebody else who's viewing this may resonate as person A. So we'll do it as person A, person B. I'll describe what your higher selves think of each other, but I'll first just explain how that feeds into your 3D self in this lifetime, and that will help you understand who you are, whether you're person A or person B. I hope I explained that well. It is Gemini season, but my Gemini rising is actually very scattered during Gemini season. All right, Spirit, what does person A's higher self think of person B? Okay. Person A's higher self is showing up as the wisdom reversed, which is the high priestess usually. What does person B's higher self think of person A? We have the King of Staves, which is usually the King of Wands. Between the two of you is the Princess of Arrows. So already your higher selves are very curious about each other. There have been there's been some form of connection in the 4D on a quantum level, in the spiritual level, energetically. There's been some form of connection and awareness of each other. There's a lot of curiosity. There is a lot of excitement. And there is also a feeling here of trying to learn as much as you can about each other in the 4D. So your 4D selves are already in the process of understanding how you each fit into each other's life path and what you're able to do together and how you're able to create together. And so I think that you may even already be aware of this person if you are someone who likes to tune into their higher self, whether that's through meditation, prayer, being able to channel energy, or trying to connect to that dimension. There is a strong feeling here of the two of you already knowing each other. Before we have a look at what you think, let's get a better understanding of who each of these people are. Spirit, for person A, how would you best describe them so that the viewer can understand if they are person A? How would you best describe? We have the Matriarch of Blades. And how would you best describe person B so that the viewer can understand if they are person B? Please, Spirit. We've got 2 cards for person B. So let's start with person A. To better understand person A, in this earthly plane, they are someone who questions a lot of their decisions. They're someone that likes to think that they're a very logical person, but they are somebody who can be very obsessed with details. They love to pull things apart, and it can be to their own detriment at times. Their desire to know a situation and to know what is happening and how it works and all the fine details causes them to at times lose sight of the bigger picture. And so this person is someone who is destined to become quite intelligent. And if they can apply this nature of wanting to know things so much to their career or to their studies, they can end up becoming a very formally educated and quite intelligent person. However, it's this tunnel vision that at times leads them astray, and they end up regretting some of the choices that they've made and some of the things that they didn't notice until it was too late. This is somebody who is usually very observant. They honestly don't usually miss a beat. However, in some cases, people will say to them, well, wait a minute, before you even walked into the room, did you notice that there was a huge car crash outside on the street? And this person will be like, oh, no, I missed that. I don't know how I missed that. And so I feel like this person just kind of misses the bigger picture in some ways. And it does translate towards their lifestyle. They're likely to be someone that gets really wrapped up in changes of plans, the idea of finishing things based off of principle instead of how it actually relates to the overall progress in a situation and the overall objective. This is somebody who can tend to be very subjective and principally focused, tunnel visioned on things instead of being objective and looking at the bigger picture and understanding how it all works together. Because of that, I think that this person at times can be quite argumentative. Not always, because they prefer to observe, but they can accidentally misjudge somebody based off of misinformation, not able to put that information into the accurate context because they're so focused on gathering information in that particular moment that they almost don't allow themselves to see how it's relevant to the situation and the circumstances, again, on a larger scale. I think that this person can at times be quite petty and can hold grudges or be prone towards some pretty strong disagreements. And it can also lead towards this person feeling as though they need to be very careful about who they trust because they don't like to feel misunderstood. They don't like to feel like people are misjudging them. And they also don't like to feel as though they can't trust the people around them and as though the people around them aren't giving them a safe space to process their information. This person values people who can keep secrets, and they like to keep people in their lives who they know they can trust. And so this person is likely to ghost people or to just go a little bit MIA at times where they don't feel like they can trust that person with the information of their lives or with what they're going through. This person is prone to probably gossiping in some cases, but at the same time, I feel like they really don't like people, gossiping or using information that isn't accurate. They're very passionate about that. So they're likely to have air sign placements. Mostly Libra comes through with the matriarch of blades, but you could also consider Taurus because of that connection to Venus that Libra has. Gemini and Aquarius as well are strong in this person's natal chart. For person B, we're looking at someone who is quite different, and you can see how the two of you balance each other out. Person B is more of a fiery, watery person. Actually, we do have the Five of Blades here, so they have some air, and they also have this water element to their personality. So we're also seeing some, honestly, the Five of Blades to me is usually a Gemini energy. So Mercury energy, Virgo energy, Gemini energy. However, there's some Aquarius and Libra with any of the other Blades cards that aren't court cards or major arcana. And then with the Seven of Vessels, which is the Vision Quest card, this is more Pisces than anything, which connects us to Neptune as a planet. However, there are hints of Cancer and Scorpio in this as well. So person B's personality is best described as somebody who likes to do the right thing. They like to stand up for what they believe in, and they like to make sure that they're not just following the grain. They don't like to just go along with the crowd. They don't like to just, just because everybody else is doing that, I'm going to do that. They like to do the right thing. They stand up for what they believe in. They have a strong sense of integrity. And depending on their other placements, they also have strong opinions. They do come across as outspoken sometimes, but especially if it's about doing the right thing. And they also develop a strong sense of self, and they will always try to stand up for themselves. They'll always advocate, standing up for yourself, especially against bullying and environments that are trying to peer pressure or bully you to do something that you don't want to do. This card talks about someone who's very connected to what they believe is the right thing to do for themselves, and also for a values-based sense of community and honoring and respecting each other based off of values. And that idea is that the way that you treat people reflects who you are as a person. So they come from that background, and they may have a strong sense of values that they've developed from their family members, or that just may be something that a lot of people know about them. They are showing up as a bit of a spiritualist, which could also, in some cases lead towards that humanitarian aspect of like Aquarius being a water bearer. I'm getting a hint here that this person enjoys helping people, that they want to give back, and they find ways to stand up for people who feel like they don't have voices, or who feel hard done by, either on a systemic level or in a smaller scale. Helping the neighbor, helping someone, carry their groceries to the car, helping someone with a flat tire, or even working within an organization that tries to create systemic change to bring justice to people on a large scale. I feel like this person enjoys conversation. I think that they like hearing opinions, and their conversations, they like to kind of debate and to bounce ideas off. It's not coming across as argumentative. It's actually coming across as being able to understand where people are coming from mentally, logically. They like to be able to know that about a person, and that helps them understand who they're dealing with. They don't do it from a space of judgment, but they do it to help protect themselves. They like to know what type of person someone is, especially if they're spending a lot of time with them, working with them, for example. They enjoy heated conversations, debates where people have different opinions, because they want to know what other people are thinking, and they want to be able to understand, again, where people are coming from. With the Seven of Vessels, this is someone who has a spiritual side to them, a softer nature to them. They prefer quieter spaces, and yet they find themselves in loud environments with loud people, that having loud exchanges, loud conversations. But I think that they do enjoy their downtime, their time alone, their time to kind of imagine and delve into the fantasy, the possibilities, the what ifs. This card indicates that they are someone that likes to feel a carefree aspect in their life. They like to feel as though they have a certain amount of opportunity, that they're not directly sort of running by a strict schedule or routine, that they can be more easygoing and laid back when necessary. So when they like to blow off steam, I think they like to do so to the varying degree of dissociating from their responsibilities, from their reality, and from the hardships that they may be experiencing or have been through. For that reason, this person is likely to kind of find themselves partaking in substances that help them dissociate and relax physically, emotionally, and spiritually. They could be a bit of a drinker with the Seven of Cups, somebody who enjoys drinking as a form of relaxation, or other substances to help relax themselves. So that's how they're coming through. I could really go on, but I'm going to stop because we need to move forward. I've already been talking for 49 minutes. Stop. Okay. So on a higher selves level, person A sees person B as someone who may have street smarts, but they don't have the ability to connect with the energy in a situation. Now, the way that this is coming through is that person A's higher self is seeing person B's 3D self like this, not their higher self. Person A's higher self is seeing person B's earthly vessel and being as someone who still has a lot to learn about consciousness, about connection, and about energy. And they have the potential to be that type of person. As far as person A's higher self is concerned, person B has barely scratched the surface when it comes to the depths of their soul and the experiences that they have yet to go through in this lifetime. Person A believes that person B as a person still has a lot to go through, to learn, to understand, to uncover, and to connect with. And so person A seems to understand that person B will eventually become a very wise, almost ethereal person who a lot of people turn to for advice, for guidance, and for understanding. Person A's higher self looks at person B's earthly self and just sees the potential. The fact that they are yet to truly tap into who they are meant to be, but also who they are capable of being. And so I think that in some ways this is person A's higher self acknowledging that this path still has a long way to go. The journey of union or reunion and developing a really meaningful connection together may still be a future possibility at this stage on an earthly level. I want to say that person A's higher self is already very aware of how different you both are and of how pivotal person B's energy will be in not only grounding person A's earthly vessel, but in guiding person A's higher self towards attaining additional awareness, understanding, and connection on an energetic level, on a cosmic level, on a spiritual level. There is still so much more to gain and learn from each other, is what person A's higher self is saying. Person B's higher self, on the other hand, is looking at person A as someone who will have an impact on inspiring, directing, and creating. It's like person B's higher self is observing person A as somebody who isn't really channeling their energy to its full potential yet. And remember, these are just observations, they're not judgments. At that level, at a higher self level, these energies are able to see the past, the present, and the future all at once. And so as we connect in this reading, person B's higher self is observing person A's earthly vessel as someone who has way more skills, way more abilities, so much more leadership qualities, so much more energetic potential, so much more creative potential than they are currently harnessing. Person B's higher self sees person A's earthly vessel as someone who is going to inspire them on an earthly level, is going to expand their human experiences, and as someone who is going to create this new way of living that their earthly self gets to experience, enjoy, and also create. And so it's like person B's higher self is aware of some sort of plan in the future to create something. This energy feels untapped as of now. It feels like it's manifesting in the future on this earthly plane, but it feels like from a higher self level in the fourth dimension, person B's higher self has seen it happen and has seen how impactful, influential, and expansive it is for their earthly vessel. And so there is a level of awe here. That's why there's so much curiosity, because person B's higher self is recognizing how impactful person A is going to be on all levels, but especially in the earthly plane. And that energy creates experiences that help person B feel as though they can have things they didn't think they could have, which helps person B connect more on a spiritual level with their higher self, with this energy of creation, and with the possibility of anything can happen in this lifetime, which helps person B get to that space that person A knows they can be. This wise, connected, aware person and being. So that became quite far out, but I hope that aspect was helpful in understanding your higher selves. Let us now get some channeled messages. Okay. Gosh, it's been a long reading, hasn't it, group one? All right. What does person A's higher self have to say to person B? What does person A's higher self have to say to person B? And what does person B's higher self have to say to person A? What does person B's higher self have to say to person A? Alright. So, is that all in frame? Barely. Let's move these over. Is that better? A lot better. Okay. So, looking at your cards, my gosh, it's interesting being able to observe the way that your energies interact on that level. There is so much possibility on a 4D level. The idea is that everything is happening at once, and yet free will on this level helps determine what we end up experiencing as human beings. On a spiritual level, person A's higher self is saying to person B's human that you need to really give yourself time to process the things that limit your mental agility. These are either thoughts or experiences. These thoughts, these past experiences, are stopping you from being able to move forward, from being able to create and connect with the life that you deserve. Person A's higher self is saying to person B, life is what you make of it, and it all starts in the mind. It is really important that if you are the one watching this video, you give yourself the time to process your thoughts, to validate the ones that you want to turn into your reality, and to discredit the ones that shouldn't have control over you. Never let your mind control you. You control your mind, and your mind controls your reality. Which leads us to these cards. Person A's higher self is reminding person B that union is about being able to imagine a new beginning with a new person, being able to stay open-minded about the possibility of union, and being able to connect with new experiences without projecting past hurt or intrusive thoughts that have never even happened onto a situation. Person A's higher self is urging person B to filter their thoughts so that they can create the life that they want, one step at a time. That is what brings the two of you closer together. By accepting and rejecting the thoughts in your mind, by filtering them, and making sure that the ones that you accept are the ones that align with your desired outcome. Make sure that you reject only the ones that don't align with your desired outcome, with your best possible interest, with the person you deserve to be. Filter your thoughts to help steer your reality into the right direction. This is bigger than union with the one. This is union with self, which is what person A's higher self is overall encouraging. That wisdom card that we saw. Person B's higher self wants to tell person A's earthly self that nothing is set in stone. You've got to be very careful about how you allow things to have more importance, more weight in your life than what they deserve, either because of the amount of attention and energy you give them, or because of the amount of impact they have. Nothing is set in stone. Everything in life is impermanent. Anything can happen. Person B's higher self wants to tell person A's human being that life is yet to unfold as it could, in the sense of try to loosen the reins a little bit. Don't attempt to control everything. Don't assume anything, but hold accountability for everything. It is literally in your hands, and you need to see how your own hands, your own control, holds you back sometimes. With this card, person B's higher self wants to tell person A's human being that you are somebody who should be constantly redeveloping, restructuring, and trying to better understand what you need from those around you, from yourself, and from the experiences that you can have in this lifetime. Person B's higher self wants person A's human being to be a little bit more adaptive, flexible, and open, to not hold such importance on the material things, and to remember that a sense of security and self comes from within. Externally, these things can hold value to our lifetime, but they should not define us as beings. Who we are, even as a human being, is more than our human experiences, more than our physical achievements, more than our bank accounts, more than our sacrifices, our charity, our anything that we can exchange with time or money. Who we are as beings is more than that. So it is important to have boundaries, to stand up for yourself, and to seek experiences outside of these physical exchanges of time and money, and to create a strong sense of self outside of those exchanges of time and money. That is how you feel more secure in who you are, and that is how you feel more prepared to bring somebody else into your journey. Which brings us to this card. Person B's higher self wants to say in closing that person A's human being is just a human. There are experiences, lessons, learnings that come from understanding, and you can't possibly experience, learn, understand unless you're giving yourself the chance to indulge. Person B's higher self wants person A's human being to be more open towards the things that society, the things that cultural beliefs dictate as wrong or harmful or taboo. Because if you're not indulging appropriately, you're at high risk of over-consuming harmfully. And I think that what this is saying is that person B's higher self is identifying how we all have vices as human beings. We do. It is in our nature to want and crave and to desire things that we've deemed as bad or harmful. And in person A's human being, person B is saying that they need to be able to experience these things to know what is truly good and bad for them without somebody else telling them. It seems like person B's human being is a lot more adept in doing these things, in indulging and in understanding how these things make them feel so that they can create personal boundaries with these sorts of habits and behaviors. Whereas person A is so against doing that they don't understand whether it is even harmful in the first place, let alone the degree of which it is harmful. And this lack of understanding could further create a wedge between your union, unless you can understand why people indulge, why people have coping mechanisms, and how self-sabotaging can mean many different things. Addiction can look like many different things. It doesn't always involve substances. It can be about a lack of boundary, being addicted to a person, being addicted to a habit, being addicted to your thoughts, being addicted to a routine that isn't helpful, and yet you're so conditioned to do it. And so person B's higher self is indicating that person A needs to understand why human beings do these things, and how it isn't just black and white, good or bad. It's a scale of coping, purging, disassociating, connecting, and that is going to help them understand their life partner a lot better. So, I hope I did justice. Honestly, that could have been its own reading. That got real deep, and I'm kind of nervous to do that for the other groups because it's going to be a very long reading. Holy moly. All right, well, we're wrapping up anyway. We're going to get some closing advice, and I'm using this deck again. I know, I keep reusing decks. I just really love working with these decks at the moment. It's actually doing me a lot of favors as well. Spirit, what is some closing advice for Group 1's union or reunion? From the Rumi Oracle deck, you're being given the 43 card, which is the Hand of Fatima. Now, I'm going to show you the guidebook so that you can read it if you wish to. I'm not going to read it all. It's a very chunky thing, which I'm so grateful for the creator. But these readings are already so long. So I'm just going to read the poem and I'm going to intuitively read the card. With your number over here, I do feel like your closing advice for union or reunion with your life partner is about you understanding yourself better. It's clear that coming into union with this person is about knowing who you are, knowing what you want, and knowing the experiences that you want to create in your future. Having that strong foundation is going to help you identify this person as soon as they come into your life. You're both supposed to be strong individuals with a clear understanding of who you are, what you want, and what you're willing to compromise or adapt to and stay open-minded about. There is a feeling here of pushing yourself out of a comfort zone while also striving to create that stability within self. Pushing yourself out of a comfort zone is about encouraging yourself to create the life that you deserve. And don't wait for your life partner to do it. Do it for yourself, and you will find your life partner along the way. Let's have a look at the guidebook now. Considering this card is reversed, here's what the guidebook has to say about this card. Pause if you want to read it all. I'm going to read all of that though. Here are the other two pages, 2 and 3. And here is the last page, the Sacred Honoring Ritual. So the numbers 190, 188, 189, and 187 could be significant as well. This card says, I can never leave you, not for a moment, not for an hour. You are in everything I do. You are my everything. My drink is your sweetness. I move to your command. I am surrendered prey in your hands, and you are my consuming lion. Your soul and my soul are truly one soul. I swear to our one soul, I long for no one but you. In the garden of your grace, I am only a germinating sprout. And that's literally how your higher selves feel. The crown of my blooming is the desire to be in your arms. Oh my days, this is so romantic and yet so wholesome. So Fatima is the radiant daughter of the Great Beloved. And as an extension of the divine, she's trying to encourage you, person A and person B, to recognize how there is so much about life that is worth experiencing, but you have to go out of your way to make it happen. Because depending on where you were born, a lot of modern societies don't encourage this type of soul searching. And I'm not saying all of them do, because some of them do, but a lot of modern societies don't encourage this level of soul searching. Your closing advice to come into union with this person is definitely about coming into union with self, but it is also about imagining that better things are yet to come. Regardless of what you go through, give yourself plenty of time to process that, by the way. Be kind to yourself, you're only human. It will take time, and that's fine. As long as you're working towards creating more experiences, new experiences, while maintaining this belief, this idea that there are still many good things to come. Life has only begun to show you how bountiful, how loving, how blessed, and how abundant it can be. There is so much to experience in one lifetime. And that is why we chose to incarnate, is not to be a slave to our jobs, or to be a slave to society, or to be hurt. It's about being able to experience everything, developing our own understanding of what life means to us, and forming meaningful connections with people who encourage the growth, the experiences, and the overall journey that we're on. So that is what I have for you, my group ones. I'm going to end your YouTube reading here. It's been long, but I've enjoyed it. I hope you have too. I'm going to go into the extended reading now, where we will have a look at what your union with each other is supposed to be like. All of this information is linked below as well, including the link to your extended reading. So you can click on that link and click on your group's video, and you will see this information in that description of the video on my website as well. If you're interested in joining me there, I will see you very soon. Remember your group one, click on the right video before you purchase anything. If this is where we're parting ways, thank you so much for all of your time, your energy, and your support. It's been an absolute pleasure to read for you, group one. Thank you for being my first group. It's been interesting and insightful, and I feel so privileged to be a part of your journey. As we part ways, I wish you peace, prosperity, abundance, happiness, health, wealth, success, and joy. Bye. Hi group 2, and welcome to your reading. If you recognize this card and this crystal, you are in the right place. Sweet souls, we're asking Spirit, have you already met the one? Now this is going to be a very interesting reading. I've already filmed group 1's reading. It took a long time, so get comfortable. Make sure you have something to keep you hydrated. You're welcome to pause and come back later if you need to. And we do have an extended reading to look forward to as well, so prepare for that if that's what you need. The extended reading is also a wonderful way to support what I do, but we'll talk more about that at the end. Here's what we're covering on YouTube, and all of this information, including that extended reading info, is in the description box and the pinned comment. I'm not going to read it out. I encourage you to read it yourself in the pinned comment or description box to follow along, but I will be using it as a guide to make sure that we cover all of these topics and questions. To open your reading, group 2, I am going to tune into your energy and set my intentions. It is also a wonderful time for you as the viewer to set your intentions. Consider the questions you may have about this topic, about this reading. about the one, and also consider what drew you towards this reading in the first place. It can also be a good time to think about the signs of confirmation that you may need to see or hear in order to claim this reading and confirm that it is for you. I'm using a lot of different decks that have animals, that have astrology symbols, that have colors, numbers, and even different representations of culture. So think about that and set your intentions and set your signs that you need to see or hear for confirmation as well. I'm going to go ahead and set mine now. Spirit, please tune me in to Group 2's energy. Please help me offer Group 2 the most clear, honest messages for their reading. Thank you, Spirit. Goodness. So this card does tell us stuff about your reading already. If you were a part of the Pick a Group portion, you would have seen that I shuffled this card with intention. So in terms of have you already met the one, these two cards talk about a knowing. The labradorite is a very intuitive crystal. It alludes towards, especially with the colors, I don't know if you can see it in the camera, but it kind of hints, it connects you to your intuition by showing you that things aren't always what they appear. There's always other things happening behind the scenes, and not everything is what it appears to be. And so in this reading, we are going to be talking about the veil. We're going to have a moment where we connect with your higher self in order to gain messages about the one for you, and also get channeled messages from your life partner's higher self as well. So before we continue, I just want to be clear in saying that when I talk about the one, I'm talking about a life partner. I'm using that term to describe somebody who you choose to spend a majority of your life with, or who you end up having a very unique bonded connection with. They will feel like somebody who is your main love in this life. That may not mean that they're your only love, but you will feel a unique connection to them that makes them feel like the one for you. And so I just wanted to clear that up before we move forward. I don't feel confident in answering that question with just this card, so I'm going to pull more cards out. What deck should I use, Spirit? We're going to use the Animals deck. Curious Creatures Tarot by Chris Ann. Spirit, for my Group 2s, have they already met the one? There's definitely a feeling here of knowing, like a strong, emotional, intuitive knowing. We have the High Priestess, yeah. Definitely a strong feeling of knowing. The Emperor. Has Group 2 already met the one, Spirit? Okay, we also have Death. And at the back of the card is the Four of Cups. All right, so how do we feel about this, Spirit? Have my Group 2s already met the one? I would say no, because it feels like you have to let go of someone else first. It feels like you're holding on to something else, and instead you need to stay true to what your ideal partner resembles with this Emperor card. You guys aren't going to just have one love, one great love. You're actually a personality and a spirit that is very prone towards deep connections. You're the kind of person that may even obsess and have a strong obsessive connection with people. But really, this is reflective of the depths of your soul and the fact that you like those deep connections. And so I think that you will have multiple deep connections with people who truly matter to you. What makes the one unique for you is that they seem to have all the good qualities that you've been seeking in previous partners. They seem to resemble a lot of potential. And for some of you, it feels like they're the one because you're not able to fully experience everything that you want to with them. And so they're in your life at a significant time, but it actually feels like they may not be in your life for a long time. And so I don't think you've met them yet. What's being indicated is that you will have many serious relationships or strong feelings towards people that give you hints of what you're looking for. But the one for you is a combination of all of these things. So maybe your first partner treated you in a really beautiful way. This is just an example. I'm not divinating here. Just an example. Maybe your first partner, treated you the way that you want to be treated, but they just couldn't match your spiritual energy, and that was really important to you. Maybe your second partner was a really good parent towards your children, but they just didn't treat you the way that you want to be treated. And maybe, in between, you meet people who show you how wonderful the human experience can be, but they just don't have that feeling. You don't have that feeling for them. And so finally your life partner comes and they have all of these things you've been looking for, all of these qualities that you've noticed in other people. And so that's why they feel like the one. But it feels like you'll have strong connections to a lot of different people in your life. So let's sort of have a look at the tarot before we move forward. To answer the question, have you already met the one? The Emperor talks about strong, almost expectations. And it, in your case, is referencing how you're very drawn towards a type. Like you have a type. And people, as soon as you see that within them, quickly become what you think you're looking for. And you may gravitate towards the types of people who have a commanding energy, who are very strong in their presence, who come across as leaders, who seem capable of managing responsibility, who have very paternal sort of instincts to protect and to mitigate risk and danger. And people who also like to be in charge, who like to lead, who like to take control. These are also people who can pretend to be that way. So it takes time to know whether that person is actually like that or whether they're just pretending to be like that. And that's where I think you've gotten it wrong in the past, or where you will accidentally become obsessed with someone and really focused on them as your one and only, when no, they're just pretending to be that way. So you seem to get led astray at least once in your lifetime, believing that somebody is your one true love. But instead of trusting your intuition, you get confused. You may overconsume information from secondary sources like us, tarot readers, but you may also feel like you can't be wrong. And so it's an experience in which your heart and your intuition conflict. Your heart wants one thing, your intuition is actually trying to tell you the other, but your intuition is a quiet voice. Your intuition isn't competitive. It's not trying to be right. It knows it's right. And so it waits for you to realize what you've known all along. Your intuition in many ways reflects your connection to your higher self, to the 4D. And your higher self is able to already see where that's going to lead. but it's like you need to figure it out for yourself. And so your heart ends up becoming devoted towards someone who isn't the one, but who is good at looking like your type and what you're looking for. When it comes to the one, it is important that you stay true to what works for you. I think that you've developed a type because it genuinely connects with your nature, with your personality, and with who you are as a person, what you need. There's something about your dynamic in love that is very supportive of softer qualities. And under the right circumstances, you should feel nurtured, you should feel safe, you should feel connected to these softer qualities that can't come out when they're under pressure, when they're being forced, and also when you feel insecure. You need a partner who's able to cherish you and really encourage you to connect with these softer qualities, because that's when you feel most confident, most like yourself. Instead, I feel as though it will take you a while to process your previous relationships. It will take you a while to process baggage, even from your childhood. And with these two cards here, it's this feeling of having to purge and shed a lot of emotional baggage. And the only reason it feels like baggage is because some of it is subconscious. I think that your personality wants to kind of get through things because you don't like feeling like you're being held back, especially once a relationship comes to an end or once a platonic relationship becomes challenged. You're not one to dwell in that chaos, but there are subconscious emotional experiences that you unknowingly project onto your experiences in love. And so before you meet the one, and at the time that you're seeing this video, you do need to come head to head with your shadows. You need to come head to head with the layers of bias, experience, and feelings that are impacting who you connect with, who you attract, and how you see them. Because you could be unknowingly attracting people who aren't able to tick those boxes because they resemble past lovers or relationships in some way. And so with this death card, cycles have to end before you can meet the one. And these cycles are deeply rooted. That's why they almost feel like they happened when you were a child, through what you observed or through your relationship with your parents or with your carers, with your family. And I do think that finding the one is about finding someone who makes you feel safe. Because if you've been through things that are quite difficult, the right person is going to give you a lot of space and time to feel and heal. They're not going to expect you to be fully healed. They're going to understand that these things happen and it's a personal journey and we can't change or even control how they manifest. So I do think that meeting the one involves coming head to head first with your shadows so that you know what you're working with, so that when you meet the people who seem to be your type, and when they react a certain type of way, instead of going, oh, well, that's normal, you go, wait a minute, the love of my life wouldn't say that. The love of my life wouldn't make me feel bad for being this way. The love of my life would honor that feeling and would have space for me. And instead of allowing these little things to slowly get bigger over time, you're able to recognize how, oh, actually, this is an incompatibility and it is important to me. So I'm not going to let it continue. You're able to end things before they get serious so that you're creating more emotional availability for the love of your life. And let's be clear, the love of your life has a very profound impact on you. No matter how much time they're in your life, which is what we'll properly cover in your extended reading, they are so supportive, connected, and loving that it literally transcends your spirit. It is the love you chose to reincarnate for. And for that reason, you should honor your depths, honor who you are, your feelings, what made you you. There's nothing wrong with you, group 2. But the things that are happening on a subconscious level are subconsciously and unknowingly leading you down the wrong paths. Now, I say that lightly because technically speaking, everything happens for a reason. And it's hard to say that as someone who's recently lost a loved one, but it does strengthen our character. I'm trying. And it does influence and lead us towards new opportunities. So in your case, these experiences you go through before you meet the one are helping you know what you need, are helping you truly know what you deserve. And it is possible. I'm here to say it is possible. Don't waste your time. Trust when it's time to end. You're never too old and it's never too late. It is possible. And so with the Four of Cups, have you already met the one? No. With the Four of Cups reversed, you've got to make sure you're staying emotionally available towards the bigger and better that is out there. And I do feel like the one isn't going to make you question. Like, you're going to know in your heart, with your intuition, in your head, with your instincts. There's going to be no question about it. I do think with the Four of Cups reversed, this is the confirmation that you needed to truly continue a cycle of purging, where you're addressing your shadows and you're ending cycles. So make sure with the Four of Cups that you don't waste your time by letting things drag out. Yes, things happen for a reason. Every relationship in our life teaches us more about ourselves, about the world, and about the lives we want to lead. But we can choose how long these things happen, especially if we're being put through experiences that are harmful, that make us feel unsafe, and that make us question who we truly are. So that's what I'm seeing with the first question. Have you already met the one? There's a lot going on here. You're a deep soul. No, you haven't met the one yet. Yes, you will in this lifetime. And it's important that you let your feelings steer you through this and confront your fears in order to stay open to the one. Okay, so let's have a look at the things that either are affecting, I'm going to put this to the side, or that have affected your union. We're going to get this oracle deck next. Spirit, what are the things that will affect union for group 2? Now, for group 1, I use the term life partner, but for you, I'm going to use the term one and only, because this is the person who, you know, when it comes to that final day, they are the one that you think of. They are the one who always has your heart, and they will be the one who has such a unique, profound impact on you. So what are the things that will affect Group 2's union with their one and only? We have awaiting results. I might get 4 cards, please, Spirit. Thank you. And we'll get the bottom deck energy. Is this all fitting into frame? Yeah. Okay. How does that look? That's pretty good. All right. So, what are the things that will affect your union? With the Eight of Swords over here, helpless and hopeless, your mindset is the first thing that's coming out. It is something that you may struggle with, and just trying to remain optimistic about your love life. You may also struggle with this idea that you're prone to self-sabotaging, or that you're part of the problem. And, technically speaking, that is true. I'm not going to lie to you. But the truth is, you're also your only hope. Really. It comes back to that very old proverb, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Other people can do and say what they can, and it could be the most profound, motivational, inspirational speech. But if you don't want to do something, you're not going to do it. And so this is going to affect your union, because you need to see it, want it, and know that you can have it in order for it to happen. And I do want to reiterate that we are all on our own journeys, group 2. Showing up for yourself isn't going to be the same as the way that I show up for myself, the way that everybody in this group shows up for themselves. But the whole point behind this card is that you have to show up for yourself. You're the only longest relationship that you will have. And you are the most important one because of that. And so you have to always show up for yourself. You don't have to practice self-love in the way that other people do, but you should always hold love for yourself. And you should always hold hope for yourself in whatever way that feels natural. It doesn't have to be corny. It doesn't have to be the way that I do it, the way that other people do it, but it has to be there. And it is especially important because the things that you seem to love so much about your one and only is that they show up for themselves, and they always show up for you. And they don't expect you to be like everybody else. Their version of you being perfect is you knowing that you may have problems, that you may have issues, that you have these flaws. But that doesn't stop you from showing up for yourself. That's what I think you two will love most about each other, is the fact that you are who you are. You're not pretending to be anyone else, but you're not giving up either. And so having your one and only in your life is affected by the way that you see yourself, the way that you see your life. If you see yourself and your life as helpless and hopeless, as woe is me, life is so hard, things are never going to get better, that's the kind of energy that attracts people like that. And I'm not here to lecture you on the law of attraction, but I do need to prove a point, so we're going to move forward now. With this Embrace card, I wanted to say Empress, so the number 3 is significant. It's also here with 12. That's interesting. We'll see how it comes back. But the Embrace card being reversed says that your union with your one and only is affected by the unresolved cycles. And we already covered this in the first part of your life, of your life. Oh my days. The first part of your reading. But this card is saying that you need to be able to move forward and let go of things that have well and truly ended. And you need to be able to tie up your loose ends and create room in your life for your one and only. Your inability to process things and to package things up so that it's well and truly done is going to affect your ability to have union with this one and only. And look, at the end of the day, life is what we make of it. So technically speaking, you don't have to do any of this. But if you want union with that special person, with that one unique person who's got it all, who's kind of the reason why you wanted to come back to earth as an ethereal being, as a divine being, you need to consider your loose ends. And this card ultimately talks about karmic cycles, unfinished business on a large scale. This also talks about us taking pride in the lives that we lead by making choices and by sticking to our commitments so that we can celebrate our hard work. And so it's highlighting how at some point in your life, right before you meet this person, you will have the tendency to give up instead of persevere. Instead of having discipline, you will believe that life is too hard and I just can't do it. It's just too hard. I'm not built for that. And a big part of you creating space for your one and only in your life is addressing this behavior and seeing it as something that affects every aspect of your life, not just your work, not just your family, not just your lifestyle, not just your health, but also your relationships, also your relationship with yourself, and also your experiences are all impacted by this idea that things are too hard and we just can't finish them, and it's just easier to walk away. It's just easier to leave it for now and go back to it. And so we have to address that behavior as something that is leaving all these loose ends, all these unfinished cycles, and all of this residual karma that is taking up too much space for someone this meaningful to come in. And I'm talking about energy more than anything. Every single person, regardless of what you've done and what you're doing, deserves love. So don't get me wrong, you will find love while you're like this. But they will treat you the way that you treat other people. They won't be your one and only. They will be your here for a good time, not a long time. Here because your energy summoned me, but we obviously don't really see a future together. Here because I'm filling the void, but I have no intentions of giving you the life that you deserve. Those are the kinds of people that you attract with that energy. And so right before you meet the one, you become aware of that. And you start to want more. You start to want more for yourself. This isn't enough. You know that it's possible to have more, and you may even need to trick yourself into believing that you deserve more, because you may have been so conditioned to believe that someone like you is just always going to have a life like this. And so to trick yourself into believing that you deserve more, you may just start doing things slowly, behind the scenes, not telling too many people. You may try to start on your material world, working on your health, working on your fitness. And then as you do that, you notice your mindset shift, because as you're being more disciplined, you're realizing that those other things that were bothering you aren't that hard anymore. You're realizing that the people around you don't align with the life you're trying to lead. And so your relationships change. And then you realize that the way that you're earning money isn't really making the most use out of your skills, your abilities, your passions, your interests. And so you challenge yourself to do things differently until you've tied up all these karmic loose ends and you've created space for your one and only in a way that feels true to who you are. And so with this card here, we're slowly getting through this. Another thing that is affecting your union with your one and only is this overall push to make big changes one step at a time. Although that kind of behavior that we were talking about affects every aspect of your life, the Seven of Pentacles says you can start small. You can start by uprooting this plant, right? What is this plant? Oh, this was the time that we tried to go to university and we didn't graduate. Well, that's not going to happen. So let's get that out of the way. Let's call the university, see how many credit points we got, see if we can transfer that into a diploma. Or let's, deal with the debt that we accumulated. Let them know that we're not studying anymore and that we don't have the money to pay the debt now. So can we go on a payment plan? One step at a time. And with the Seven of Pentacles, this talks about practical steps. The emotional aspect can feel very overwhelming. And sometimes when we start sorting through feelings, when it's gotten to this point, instead of feeling better, we feel worse. We start noticing, oh my gosh, no, I didn't. I did all of that. I'm such a bad person. And then you spiral. Well, that's too hard to change. I'm just going to keep doing what I do. So instead of focusing on our feelings, we focus on the fact that we're not satisfied. We want more and we're not getting enough. So in order to have enough, get enough, we make changes to our lifestyle. And with the Seven of Pentacles reversed, those changes, like I said before, could start with your health, could start with your career, could start with your daily routine, could start with the way that you talk to yourself, could start with the way that you let other people talk to you, could start with the people that you surround yourself with. And it will lead to the bigger picture. But it's really important to see it as a process that takes time. There's no right or wrong as long as you keep going. Don't settle for less. Things aren't going to change unless you make it happen. And this journey doesn't have to be a lonely one, but you strike me as the type of energy that needs the right people around them. So it's really important that if you choose to bring people into this transformative process of trying to correct the trajectory of your life, that they are there for the right reasons. This is about you. So let them make it about them, but you need to make it about you. Don't get distracted by what they're doing. Don't let them distract you from what you're doing. Make sure that if you choose to bring people through this transformative process, they are there because they're doing it for the right reasons. You don't have to cut ties with everybody you've known. It is possible to grow with the people that you've known for a long time, but you all have to be doing it for the right reasons. Eventually, with this card here, you will be able to ascertain who is there for the right reasons and not. This card is not really about what's standing in the way. It's about you. And I don't want you to feel like you're a bad part of your experience. Sweet soul, you're the only good thing about your experience. And you may not believe that at the time that you're seeing this video, but you will know that by the time that you meet your one and only. You will know that because of you and you only, you were able to create a life with meaning, to create a life that is flexible and adaptable, that can be changeable in the right ways. And you will also know by the time that you meet your one and only how resilient you are, how capable you are, and how no matter what comes your way, you can overcome it. And so a big thing that affects your union is the way that you see yourself. Look at this card. Look at how many different angles this person is looking at themselves. A big part of coming into union with your one and only is about accepting yourself, coming into union with yourself and identifying who you truly are. And the truth is, loving yourself and knowing yourself isn't about focusing on the good. It is about knowing the parts of you, whether that's your past or in your present, the parts of you that you feel uncomfortable sharing. You have to know those parts and you have to accept those parts, because that's a part of who you are. Does it make you an overall bad person? No, but it makes you you. And accepting that is about accepting that you have the ability to grow. You don't always have to be those types of people, but you have that ability to grow. And that's all a part of shadow work. That's all a part of removing external distractions. And that's all a part of having the right people around you who you can either have the space to do this or who encourage you to be like this, because they accept you for who you are as well. So I do think that the people around you do impact your union with the one and only. You know, the kinds of people that don't like to soul search and that can't see deeper than their egos are going to distract you from this process. You are a deep spirit, you're a deep soul, and you're supposed to have that connection most of the time. It's not always possible to be like this all the time, but you should always have this there if you want to tap into it. And the people in your life should, at least over a long period of time, be able to give you that and not judge you for it. No matter how weird or different it is, you know. And what I'm seeing is that for some of you, in order to connect with yourself, with your higher self, with your spirit, with God, with the universe, with the divine, with the creator, with source, whatever label, faith, spiritual practice, or religion you believe in, maybe in order to do that, you have to pray, you have to meditate, you have to go into a trance, you like to drink ceremonial cacao, like whatever it is. The people who are in your life for a long time, not just your one and only, but your long-term friends, will honor that about you. They'll cherish that. They'll go, oh, group 2 just has to do their thing, you know. They've got to go and connect with their spirit, their source. They've got to connect with God. They're praying at the moment. They're doing their meditation. Just give them like 5 minutes. Give them an hour. They'll let us know when they're ready. And so I do think that this final step of coming into union with your one and only is about being able to show up for yourself, accept yourself, and have people in your life who do that as well, who can confirm to you that it's possible. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with the way that you do things. And maybe even some of you enjoy being a little bit of a black sheep. You like beating your own drum and dancing to your own rhythm. So it's important that the people around you affirm that and support that, and that they don't judge you while you're healing. Anyway, that's what I'm seeing for that part. Those are the things that will affect your union with your one and only. We're going to go deeper now, so prepare yourselves. We're asking your higher selves what you think of each other. And then we're going to get channeled messages from your higher selves as well. So this can get quite deep. It did for group 1. Very different readings. I love doing 4 groups. If I have the energy, I will do it. I've just had a crazy couple of months, let's be honest. So I could only do 3 groups, but every time I do 4 groups, I just find that each group becomes a lot more nuanced and deep, and there's a little bit more depth there. Do you guys think that? Let me know if you can. Comment below. I don't always respond to comments, but I do my best to read them. And even today, I'm going to be reading the comments on the last video as well, just to make sure that I'm actually connecting with you guys. It's a big part of what I do. I love to get feedback. I love to know how things resonate, and also what else you're hoping to gain from this platform and from me as a reader as well. I've been doing this for so long, so it's always good to check in and to just have community and to know what we can do to kind of continue this safe space. So Spirit, tuning into Group 2's Higher Selves, what does Person A's higher self think of Person B? What does Person A's... Ooh, we have the Queen of Coins and the Five of Staves. That's just in camera, bless. What does Person B's higher self think of Person A? We have the Prince of Arrows. And so Group 2, the main reason that I'm doing this in Person A, Person B style is because you, my viewer, may resonate as Person B, and others of you may resonate as Person A. And so the idea is whoever you resonate with most, your one and only is going to be the other person. Now, in order for you to know who you are, I am going to pull cards that help us understand your 3D personalities. Your higher selves, the cards that are already out here, represent who you are in the fourth dimension on a spiritual level as divine beings that exist in a dimension bigger than what we can see and what we can feel in the daily lives that we lead on this earthly plane. So it is a far out concept. It's quite metaphysical, and it's also heavily connected to quantum mechanics and quantum physics, if you're interested. It is a type of science that attempts to understand that dimension, but there's been a lot of tests on the fourth dimension and the fact that it does exist. We just don't really know, because as 3D beings, we can't connect directly. But I believe that what I do with my readings and with my intuition is able to connect to that fourth dimension. So, keeping our intentions clear, what does Person A's earthly human being, what is their personality like? Person A's human personality is the Maiden of Shields reversed. What is Person B's human personality like? The Counting Coupe, which is the Seven of Pipes. Interesting. So between you both, your earthly beings definitely haven't come into union yet. This is more confirmation that you haven't met yet. I feel that when you do meet, it's going to be something that is quite casual at first. It could be a really low-key meeting. It could feel just like any other first date or group date for some of you, where you've been set up by friends or someone said like, hey, I know someone who you might like. You may meet in a social setting where there's a lot happening, a lot of different people talking and getting to know each other. And you don't think much of it, but you do feel a spark, an emotional connection. And the conversations that you have from the beginning are not only conversations that make you smile, but the way that you two talk to each other makes you, my viewer, feel very seen. You feel like this person is connecting to your heart, like they see you, and that's very rare for you. You may be someone that gets approached by people in a way where they're only interested in one thing, or they expect something about you because of the way that you dress or the way that you look. This person looks beyond that. They want to connect with you, and that's what leaves you with a strong impression when you first meet your one and only. So Person A, if you are Person A, as a human being, your personality is prone towards wanting structure, but having a hard time following through with it. This card talks about how Person A may always feel like they make lots of little mistakes, like they just can't see something through. They just can't learn from what has already happened. And so they're constantly having to revisit lessons, redo things apologize, and even try to prove themselves. They may feel like someone that's underestimated, but also who's frustrated by the fact that they just can't handle more responsibility right now. And so while this person may be someone who has certain qualities that make them a good leader, that make them a good student, that make them a good learner, it's hard for this person to see it through and turn it into something tangible, something meaningful, something long term. This person may feel like someone who's constantly letting other people down, and so they try to be careful about what they sign up for. They don't like to lead people on, and at times when they forget themselves, they do tend to get carried away and they can make these mistakes all over again. But for the most part, this is somebody who's very careful about commitment, very careful about what they sign up for, and very careful about the promises that they make. This is someone who admires integrity. They have a sentimental side to them, and they do have this side that wants to know more and wants to learn more, but they feel like the structures around them don't support their style of learning and their needs. And so they may feel like someone who just doesn't fit into society, to the structure, to the traditions, to the practices. They want to learn things their own way, and they believe that they are smart enough, but they just don't have the right pathway to do that. This is also somebody who I feel people underestimate, and they themselves underestimate themselves. Regardless of how old they grow, they always feel like somebody who people look at as either inexperienced or a little immature. And it's just because of the fact that this person's environment doesn't support the way that they grow. They need an unrestricted way of exploring their abilities and an unrestricted way of gaining the experiences, and instead it doesn't seem to align with the way that people do things, either on a society level or just in terms of the structures of daily life. And so this person may even in some ways be considered as having some sort of impairment or disability, or it could be a neurological thing, but I actually think that this is a severe underestimation of how much potential they have. It's like they just can't physically finish it, and it's quite frustrating for this person. Regardless of that, I think that this person has a sweet nature to them. I think that they have a quieter nature to them. And if they do come across as loud or obnoxious, like it's not actually their baseline. It's them when they're just in the moment. But I think that people that take the time to get to know this person realize that they're actually a lot more quieter. They're a softer energy, and they give a lot of tender, sort of soft love, but they also need that in return. They need people who are going to be patient with them, who can be understanding, and who can accept them for who they are. And so this is a complicated personality in the human plane. This is the type of person who is always misunderstood and severely misrepresented, needs the right advocates, the right supporters, the right people in their corner. So that is person A's human being. Person B's human being, if you resonate with this energy, person B's human being has the type of personality that is constantly having to stand up for themselves. This card talks about someone who knows when they're right, who knows when something needs to happen a certain way, and they do what they can to make that happen. But it always happens under a way that makes them feel like they're fighting against the grain, or they're fighting against all odds. Person B, as a human being, feels like an underdog, and their personality is described as someone who isn't afraid to challenge things. In fact, they're almost expected to. This is the type of person who's known for standing up for themselves, for at times being argumentative, and for being an advocate. They're known for being passionate and for having a really sort of passionate side to them. They're also known as someone who has a creative side, and they need outlets. Creative energy for this person isn't always about how pretty and aesthetic something looks. It's about how they feel while they're doing it. And it's about creating something in any way that they can. And so I think that this person's energy is quite physical. They need to be either creating movement with their bodies and physically exercising to blow off steam and stress and tension, or they need to be creating with their voices, with their hands. They always need to have that ability to express and purge energy and also flow and have that flow. And so while this person may be very good with their hands, I also think that when it comes to the way that other people see them, this is the type of personality that knows that they have good intentions. They know that they're a good person. They know that they have goodness in their heart. But they also know that people don't always see them like that. They also know that people like to paint them as the villain, as the bad guy, as the one who's likely to create chaos and, start something. And so I do think that sometimes this person leans into that, and they're likely to self-sabotage or even just sort of prove people right and go, well, you told me I was a villain. I was going to show you I'm a villain. So there's something about this person's personality that comes across as prideful in that way. The way that people see them affects them, and they let that take control of them. They let the way that other people see them dictate how they react and who they are. They let their actions become entirely motivated and influenced by other people's opinions of them. So that's person B's personality. So depending on who you resonate with is who your person will be. So if you resonate as person A's human being, then your person is person B. If you resonate as person B's human being, then your person is person A. And remember, with these types of relationships, it is quite common for us to mirror aspects to each other, for us to mirror personality attributes and in general, strong characteristics, because we spend so much time with each other and because energy attracts energy, like attracts like. While there are opposites within our characteristics that can be different, at the core, our energy is usually quite similar. So let's have a look now at what your higher selves think of each other. So person A's higher self came out with 2 cards when they thought of person B. The thing about person A's higher self is that this energy has no judgment. On this plane, on this spiritual plane, person A's higher self sees person B as the one already. There is a strong feeling of you have it in the bag. Our higher selves are able to see the past, the present, and the future all simultaneously. And so person A's higher self already knows how significant person B is going to be in their lives. And person A's higher self sees person B's higher self as someone who is going to give them everything that they've wanted on this earthly plane. Person A's higher self sees person B's earthly self, their human being, as someone who isn't the way that other people see them. They understand that person B's human being is not all about fighting and conflict and tension and drama. They're already thinking and knowing the ways in which they can create peace and harmony and relieve tension. And I do believe that person A's higher self has already connected with person B on some level, because there is this quiet knowing. Look at the face of Hera, the goddess Hera on this card. There is the quiet knowing of, I've got you and you're going to be okay. And whatever you're going through right now, it isn't going to matter by the time we're together. And so person A's higher self uses this knowing as fuel to create more harmony, more peace in their own earthly being. Person A's higher self is trying to encourage their human being to resolve the tensions and the conflict and to stay true to what they want, because they know that it's out there. It's literally out there. They've made contact and they've seen how it's going to come together. And so person A's higher self is really trying to guide, look at this, really trying to guide their human being towards person B. The only other thing I have to say for person A's higher self is that they see person B's human being as the full package, as the one that has everything physically, that has everything internally, and that will mean everything moving forward. There is no other competition. This is the one that your being on a higher level is seeking and is guiding you towards. And for that reason, if you resonate as being person A, your higher self is asking for you to trust the process, to let things go, and to find your peace. Hold your standards. Stay true to your values and honor yourself as a high value person so that you can attract your high value person. Person A really thinks so highly of person B on an earthly level, and as a higher self, a commitment has already been made. Your higher selves are already aware of how your paths are going to cross and what that is going to look like for your futures. So let's have a look now at person B's higher self. Is that in frame? Yeah. Okay. So person B's higher self sees person A's human being as the Prince of Arrows, which is Cupid in this deck reversed. There is a strong feeling of, I'm just not ready yet, but I will be. Because both of these higher beings have already made that connection, it is very, very likely that you are going to be able to use this reading to determine where you're at on your journey and to speed up the process in which you meet this person by focusing on the things that we're talking about here. Because person B, at the time that I'm doing this reading, still feels like they have loose ends to tie up. They still feel like they're not quite ready. They're not polished. They're not the person that person A's higher self sees them as. So person B's higher self is looking at the situation as something that can't happen yet, but it will happen when your earthly beings are ready. On a spiritual level, person B's higher self is looking at person A's human being as someone who is probably very frustrated with the waiting, as someone who is easily misled and influenced by the wrong people, and as someone who is prone towards making impulsive decisions and impulsive choices. And all of this behavior is very similar to what their own human being experiences. And so person B's human being is person B's higher self is looking at person A's human being as someone who is directly mirroring all of the behavior and the thoughts that they themselves need to work on. And although this could look like a clash of energy, it's an awareness of similarities. It's an awareness of why things can't happen yet. And so I think that person B's higher self is very aware of the cycles, the relationships, and the lessons that are still needing to be experienced on an earthly level before the two of you can come into union. Person B is very aware of the fact that it can't happen now, but it can happen, dependent upon how you both choose to react and the actions that you both choose to follow through with, and whether you both can stay on track or whether you will become distracted and fall into your impulses and repeat cycles. Those are the things that delay your union. Your higher selves are actively orchestrating these things, and person B's higher self especially feels like an orchestrator. It feels like they're very actively focused on this. Whereas person A's higher self is a bit more at peace with the fact that it is going to happen when it's going to happen. So you influence and are influenced by your higher selves based off of the actions and the choices that you make on this earthly plane and what you choose to focus on. Person A is very focused on the fact that they can't see things through. They just don't have the discipline. People don't believe in them anyway, so what does it matter? Person B, as a human being, is very focused on the fact that they're the underdog that's always having to prove themselves. What's the point? I try so hard anyway, I may as well just be the villain. And so on a higher dimension, your higher selves are looking at this as a situation that is going to take time based off of how your human beings are acting and reacting. But they have met and they are trying to guide you. So that is what I'm seeing. Let's get some channeled messages now from your higher selves. Wow, we've already hit an hour. Oh, this is such a long reading. I should have known. All right. Channeled messages. Spirit. What does person A's higher self want to say to person B's human being? What does person A's higher self? Okay. We have, I would do anything for you. We also have, you have so many choices. What would person A's higher self like to say to their person B's human being? Okay, we're going to take this card. I'm too afraid to talk. We also have the Ace of Cups. What does person B's higher self want to say to person A's human being? Spirit. What does person B's higher self want to say to person A's human being? We have, I want to get you drunk. the Devil card reversed. We also have listen to your heart. Whoop. And I know you from somewhere, the Six of Cups. Okay. So overall, the whole point of this part of your reading from a higher dimensional perspective is about giving you clarity. So if at any point this becomes confusing or unhelpful, don't make it a part of your way to move forward. Take what resonates and leave the rest for somebody else. In terms of gaining clarity, person A's higher self wants to say to person B's human being that they really need to focus on their self-love, on filling their own cup, on filling that void for themselves. They will always feel unsatisfied on an external level unless they are able to internally sustain these feelings, these needs, these expectations. And a part of that process is about re-examining the relationship that you have with self and how that is influencing what you expect from others and how you let others influence your identity. Person A's higher self wants to say to person B's human being that they do need to focus on filling their own cup so that they can feel confident about the actions that they need to take. It seems with this card here, less is more. You don't always need to prove a point, is what person A's higher self is saying. Person B, you should instead be focusing on the intentions behind your actions and what that means about your character, regardless of who's watching, regardless of who sees it. Why are you doing it? Why is it important? What does it mean to you? This card is talking about moving in silence, focusing on your success for yourself, overcoming these challenges mentally, and not being worried about who is there physically. Show up for yourself, stand up for yourself, and act with integrity, with intention, with meaning. This card is talking about removing yourself from situations that trigger you into doing and saying things that you regret or that don't align with your character. What you say becomes your reality, whether you say it about yourself or about other people. So be very careful about the words you speak. Be very careful about the actions you make. Person A's higher self is also saying to person B's human being that life is about connection and you always have choices. I think it might be time to rekindle the connections that you have with your significant people, with your siblings for some of you, with your childhood besties, with your parents, with your children. Life is all about connection, and you always have choices. So think about that and think about who you need to choose to spend some more time with, some more significant time with, especially if you're missing somebody. Don't wait. Connect and start finding ways to be more actively involved in each other's lives. Make time for the people who help you feel more connected. And those relationships aren't always going to be sunshine and rainbows, but they are important because they're a part of what makes us feel connected to who we are, to where we've come from, and to who we want to be. Meaningful connection is everything right now. And that's why we have our 10 of Cups last. Person A's higher self wants to say to person B's human being, make sure that you stay focused on that final idea, that overall feeling that you know you can have. It's not too far out. It's not impossible. Foster those meaningful connections and know that I am coming. Create space for me in your life by focusing on the love that you deserve, by prioritizing love as a part of what you deserve, what you need, and by recognizing healthy love, respectful love, unconditional love, patient love. There is this strong message here of I would literally do anything for you. Remember that. That's how you'll know I'm here. I would do anything for you. I always have your back and I will always support you. So that is person A's higher self's message to person B's human being. Person B's higher self wants to say to person A's human being, please start protecting your vessel. Your human being is at a point in its journey where it needs to be very careful about the habits, the patterns, the behaviors that it is choosing to repeat, because these patterns, habits, and behaviors are having a negative impact on the way that you see reality. Person B, you're at a time where you believe the things that aren't real. You've confused reality with illusion. This is not what real love is. This is not what life is meant to be about. And this isn't how anyone should have to live. Don't confuse reality with illusion. It's important that you stay grounded by sobering up your experience. Instead of numbing, distracting, and avoiding, you need to confront, connect, and feel. How are the people in your life making you actually feel? How are the habits in your life making you feel? How are the environments you choose to be in making you feel? It is time to change. It is time to protect yourself, and it is time to get back to reality. You can't always trust your feelings. And I'm only saying this because when you think you're following your heart, you're actually just following a temporary emotion. The resonating feelings that are actually connected to your inner child and to your higher self aren't going to be loud, aggressive, and disruptive. Don't let those loud feelings distract you from being able to have more and to believe that you can have more. It is important that you stop letting your temporary feelings dictate long-term decisions. Give yourself an outlet and then sit with the residual feeling. After you've purged that loud primary feeling, what is your heart then telling you? You are more than you've been conditioned to believe that you are. You deserve more feelings, more emotion, more positive emotion, and also just more connection than what you've been conditioned to believe. And I do think that your environments are limiting your ability to connect on a deeper level. Your feelings aren't always trustworthy. So for now, you need to purge and then tune in to your true heart. Don't let those temporary feelings dictate long-term decisions. With that being said, I am already a part of your life, and I have been doing what I can to guide you, to work with you, and to bring the two of us closer together. There is only so much that I can do, and I'm doing what I can to be respectful of our own journeys. When we meet, we will know each other. We will feel the emotional connection straight away, and we will be able to sense that our spirits have already connected on this higher plane. On an earthly plane, you can facilitate this connection and encourage it to happen by surrounding yourself with people who do give you these warm, fuzzy, positive, connected, authentic feelings. People who give you this safe space to be yourself, and the people who encourage you to be your authentic being, who don't judge you for what you've done, and who appreciate your personality, your nature for who you are. Surrounding yourself with those people not only gives you the confidence to continue being your authentic self, but it raises your vibration to allow me to come towards you. We are supposed to come together when we feel more connected to who we truly are. We aren't supposed to be perfect, but we are supposed to protect ourselves enough so that we can recognize each other, which is why it's so important that you come back to reality and that you start to make those changes so that you feel more grounded, more connected, and so that you can start to trust yourself again and to listen to your heart again. Okay, that is what I'm seeing for you from the channeled messages portion. Let's move forward. Group 2, we're closing your reading now by getting advice. The advice is for union. Depending on who you resonate as, Spirit, what cards are we doing here? Spirit wants me to address you all, so we're going to get a Rumi Oracle card. We're not doing person A, person B. We're doing one for you all because you and your one and only are mirroring each other anyway. So this advice will be helpful for both of you, whoever you resonate as. For my group 2, Spirit, what advice do you have for them in order to come into union with their one and only? We will take that card. We will take that card. Look at that. Okay, so these cards are very in-depth. There's so much messaging behind these cards, but I can't do that because you've got so many cards. Your advice is to focus on what you're looking for, to focus on the qualities. If you have a list, if you have a manifestation, if you have a type, really hone in on what your experiences have taught you, what your beliefs are leading you towards, and also what your personality is like. What does the one and only look like for you? What qualities do they have? What is important? And really focus on that so that you can start to make the right choices. It does feel like a lot of you have found yourself at a dead end, and it's important that you tie up that dead end, because we know that depending on who you are prone towards, in terms of whether you're person A or person B, you're prone towards leaving karmic, unresolved cycles. So in order to make the right choice, what doors need to close? What experiences need to be processed, and what baggage do we need to address. It is time to think about how we can align with this one and only through the actions that we take and the choices that we make. This card is saying with the number 38 that you are in the process of breaking cycles and starting new ones. And I want to say that again because it is a process. You don't have to have it all figured out. You don't have to rush to get it done. It's a process that is going to stir up mixed emotions, which is why part of your advice in this reading was to do it in small steps. Focus on practical changes first and then address the feelings that arise. Instead of focusing on the emotional stuff first, let the emotions come out naturally as you make practical changes to improve your lifestyle, your health, your habits, your connections, and even the ways that you make money. Empower yourself along the way. Stand up for yourself. This card says the courage of your love. In order to attract the one and only, you have to believe in yourself. You have to have courage to love yourself, to accept yourself, and to see yourself as someone that is growing and learning and doing the best that they can. So moving forward, believe in yourself, have courage to love yourself and to create these new cycles. Lastly, this card is saying Merciful Mother Jamal with the number 44. Sorry, did I say 30? 44. This is a strong feeling of establishing boundaries, establishing stability, and making sure that you're not holding on to things that are holding you back. It's always good to have an anchor, but you got to be careful that you're not being suffocated. Instead of the people in your life supporting you, are they actually limiting you? Some of you do need to consider the connections in your life, how they operate, and whether they are part of the problem. I don't encourage you to completely abandon people, but certainly examine those relationships and work on them as part of your way of creating space for your one and only. The Merciful Mother Jamal reversed is saying don't have any mercy. You should be moving forward with the one and only prerogative of protecting yourself and preparing yourself for the ultimate union. And I'm not talking about union with your one and only, I'm talking about union with yourself. That is the ultimate union, and that is how you will attract your one and only. So that is what I'm seeing for you, group 2. I hope that was a helpful YouTube reading. Oh my gosh, it was so long, but it has been such a pleasure to read for you. If you want to extend your reading with me, I'm about to go into your extended now, where we will focus on what union with your one and only is supposed to be like. Now, all of this is listed below in a more readable way. You can find it in the description box or the pinned comment. And if you click on the extended readings link, you can also find your group 2 reading and read it in the description box before you purchase it as well. In your extended reading, we're looking at union and what it's supposed to be like. We're also going to look at why. Why is union with your one and only like that? This is going to help us understand soul contracts, if there is one, your personalities, and it's also going to help us understand the experiences that you go through together while you're in union. We're going to have a look at what you will create together as well, in consideration of children, family, legacies. What will you and your one and only create in this lifetime? And then we're going to look at what you will treasure most about each other. I'm actually also getting channeled messages from your future selves. So I've got to write that down because we did that for group 1, but I forgot to write it here. So that's what we're covering. If that sounds interesting, and if you would like to support me and what I do over here for free, Click on the link in the description box and join me in your extended reading. If this is where we're parting ways, thank you so much for supporting me here on YouTube and exchanging energy with me. Consider giving the video a like and subscribing if you want to see more from me in the future. As we part ways, I wish you peace, prosperity, abundance, happiness, health, wealth, success, and joy on your journey ahead. Bye. Hi Group 3 and welcome to your reading. If you recognize this crystal heart or this astrology of Arcana oracle card, you're in the right place. We're going to be having a look at, have you already met the one? Now this reading is maybe going to be a little bit triggering for some of you, but I promise you my intentions are to ultimately answer any questions you may have about who your one and only might be. And I just want to start by saying, when I refer to the one as a term, I'm referring to a relationship in your life that is romantic and that will have a significant impact in your life. So whether that's because they're your life partner, somebody who you choose to spend a majority of your life with, or because they have such a big impact on who you are as a person, on how you feel, and on how you experience love in this lifetime. So I use the one as that term. As we get into your reading, I might replace the one with a better term that's more appropriate to your group and ultimately to what your relationship is going to be like. So for group 1 and 2, that ended up happening. We used a different term, but let's see if you have met the one. Now this is everything that we're covering here on YouTube, and down here is what we're covering in the extended readings. All of this information is neatly typed in the description box and the pinned comment if you do want to read and follow along or just have a look at what to expect. More information about the extended reading will be verbalized at the end. So we'll just start here on YouTube first, and then I'll talk more about that once we get there. So we're going to open your reading by setting intentions. I set my intentions as your reader to help me focus my intuition on specific things so that I'm not getting distracted too easily and so that I'm able to get the right information. And so as the reader, it is also a good idea to set your intentions so that you can also focus on specific information and know what it is that you're here for so that you don't get distracted either. So think about the questions that you may have about the one. Think about the reasons or the feelings or the ideas that influenced you towards this reading, even if it was as simple as you just wanted to watch something or you thought that was interesting. Give yourself a moment and also consider the signs of confirmation you may need to see or hear to confirm that this reading is for you. I always bring that up, especially in a reading like this where I'm using lots of different cards, so you can expect a lot of different animals, different colors, different numbers. There'll be different zodiac signs, astrology symbols, including asteroids from time to time, but mostly it's the planets in astrology that I will be referring to, and other things might come up too. So think about what you may need to see or hear as a sign that confirms that this reading is for you. Go ahead and set your intentions, and I'm going to set mine. Spirit, please tune me in to my Group 3's energy. Please help me offer Group 3 the most clear, honest messages for their reading. Thank you, Spirit. Okay, so my Group 3s, to get into your reading, we're going to go ahead and answer that big scary question. Have you already met the one? And really, to get us going, we already have some answers here. With the first house reversed, I don't think you have. I'm going to pull tarot to be more specific. But even with this Mokai crystal, there's an element here of healing And there's also an element here of prosperity, generosity, and some feminine energy. So I do think that you meeting the one hasn't happened yet. I think it's going to happen soon. So let's pull some tarot cards out now. I'm using the Tarot of Curious Creatures deck by Chris Ann. And let's have a look. Have my group threes already met the one, Spirit? Have my group threes already met the one? We have the Eight of Wands. We have the Page of Wands. We have the Six of Pentacles, and we also have the Ace of Cups. Interesting. Wow. And the Knight of Swords. So that's interesting. Tarot's saying yes. So why is the first house reversed, Spirit? Oh, because it's not a new person. It's somebody already in your life. Oh, that makes sense. Because the first house represents new beginnings. So with that card reversed, it's not a new person. It's somebody already in your lives, someone who you're nurturing something with. So what I'm seeing with tarot, and we'll relate this back to your main card where necessary, but tarot really gives way more information. Tarot is revealing that your one and only, the one for you, your life partner, is a person who's either recently come into your life in the, like, as in like it's a newer relationship, which I'm being shown as less than a year old, or it's a relationship that has had a new beginning in the recent months, because it feels still exciting. And it's not so much being pitched as like a honeymoon phase, but more of like an exciting feeling. Like your relationship feels exciting, and it feels like something that's ultimately still got a newness to it. It still has a feeling here of you enjoy being around each other. You have a strong chemistry. You feel a strong pull and attraction to each other. There is still a spark, and that spark feels very strong. It's not like it's here today and then tomorrow you don't feel it. It's like it's there whenever you look into their eyes, and it feels already like you've got something with this person. That's what's exciting. It's not so much what you've already done, it's the idea of what you're yet to create together. That's what makes them feel exciting. And this person is someone who you're very attracted to. The attraction is mutual though. I would say with the Six of Pentacles reversed, it feels like this person is someone who's in your life to kind of help give back, as though they represent breaking a cycle of uneven exchanges, or correcting a cycle of uneven exchanges. So although this feels like it's flowing really well, on a practical level, there seems to be certain differences that actually work for you. These are almost imbalances that work for you. For example, someone may be more of the financial provider, whereas the other person may be the one who does a lot of acts of service, who's doing a lot of tidying or cleaning, or even just like, do you want me to get you dinner? Do you need me to fix this for you? And it's not associated with like a gender-based role. It's associated with love languages and the things that help you both feel valued in your partnerships. So with the Six of Pentacles being here, it overall feels as though this is a very different connection. It's still being worked out, in that you may be at a stage where you're still trying to find your harmony, and you're still trying to define the future together. And so there are elements that feel permanent, especially when you consider the sentimental memories you already have together and the sentimental moments you already have together. They hold significance and enough of a foundation to where you feel like this is a very special connection. But if we are to look at, you know, the future, it still feels like we're figuring that out. It still feels like we're defining that in this relationship. So the overall energy here is that, yes, you have already met the one. You are very attracted to this person. The attraction is mutual. There's a lot of chemistry. There's a lot of excitement about what the future could hold. You have enough experience and time spent together to where you hold certain memories and moments quite sentimentally significant. However, there's little differences in how you provide for the relationship and for each other that makes it feel a little imbalanced, and at times it lacks harmony, like you're still trying to figure out how to fit into each other's lives. And there's a feeling here of complementing each other, in that one person is better at this and the other person is better at that. And so you do what you're good at to work together. And that's what it feels like. So that difference could indicate that you operate on very different routines, or you have a different way of doing things. You hold importance and value to different standards. Like maybe it's really important to you, my viewer, to have a clean and tidy kitchen, whereas your person prefers to be able to just do one big cleanup at the end of the week, whereas you like to clean as you go. And so there could be little things like that that create certain differences on a logistical level. I think that overall, this is a feeling here of different love languages, and also just putting things on different, having a different way of seeing value, right? Like at the end of the day, you would both maybe consider yourselves clean people, but you have different ways of doing it, is what it feels like. I hope that was a good way of explaining it. So that's what I'm seeing for group 3. If that doesn't resonate, you probably have messages in a different group, because this is a very different reading to the last 2 groups. And I haven't done group 4 yet, but I'm guessing that they're going to be very different as well. So go back to the timestamps or back to the picker group and see if you're drawn towards another group, or you may have messages in another group. However, we are going to progress with this energy. The next thing we're going to be asking is, what are the things that have affected or that will affect your union together? Let's have a look. We're going to put that card off to the side now. Spirit, what are the things that have affected or that will affect my group 3's union? With the one. Ooh, throat chakra. Okay. We also have open up. At least one more card, please, Spirit. Thank you. We'll take these 2. We have observe reversed and take the lead. Okay, at the back of the deck is the 2 of Pentacles, which says find balance reversed. So some of the things that are going to impact your union is just, this is interesting because it's like you have to not plan. Finding balance is about letting things go, making things happen spontaneously, not being too focused on. So what it kind of feels like is that prior to meeting this person, you may have been very busy. You may have felt like your life was just all up in the air, that you didn't have routine, you didn't have structure. It may have been really hard for you to juggle things to the point where you found yourself tunnel visioned and focused on finishing very specific goals, especially with this card. This is Capricorn energy. So you may have been more focused on finishing things and just sort of getting things done in a way where, yes, you had certain responsibilities, but you also just had to make things up as you went, if that makes sense. Like, it just feels like you weren't able to fit love and relationships and people into the other stuff that was going on in your life. Outside of that, prior to meeting this person, you may actually be dating a lot of different people or filtering through a lot of different people because you're trying to find the right one. And on this card specifically, all of these images are making me think that part of finding the right one for you is about thinking about how that person fits into your lifestyle, what kind of qualities they need to have, what is important personality-wise, and also what is important in terms of, again, how they fit, what would make them compatible. And so you do research, or either by dating a lot of people or just by observing a lot of other people and other relationships. And it just feels like when it does happen, it's almost not planned. So this is something that's going to affect your relationship, in that it affects union. Before you can come into union, it's like you have to just live a little bit more freely, not so much ordered and structured, but more so just focusing on specific things and letting everything else just happen, to where your life feels like it's just up in the air. It's a little bit all over the place. You're constantly adapting and changing without really preparing for it, which is hard for this person to fit in. But it's also quite intentional, because I think that you have a period in which you're just gaining experience, life experience, practical experience, work experience, study experience, whatever it is. It's like it's written for you to do other things first, is what it feels like. And part of that could be going through and experiencing another relationship first, which is a common theme that we've seen in a lot of the groups. So with that being said, I also think that meeting the one is something that happens at a time where, again, like, you're not really expecting it. Like, you're just kind of letting it happen, and you're getting to know them while you're still finishing school or working on your thesis or planning to travel the world, or, like buying your first house. Like, it feels like meeting this person happens at a time where life is busy and things are happening. And that's just how life has been for some time for you. And then meeting them is when things start to actually slow down a little bit and become a little bit more stable, is what I want to say. But let's just see what the cards are saying. In terms of things that will affect your union and how the two of you are able, or when the two of you are able to come together, we had the throat chakra card come out first. And the blues on this card are very vivid today for some reason. They're like really striking to me. So I feel like a big part of this energy is your ability to know what you want and know how to say it. And because I'm reading for you, my viewer, you're the person that I'm going to target, but there are two people in this relationship. So it could be their thing as well. And that's what we've noticed as I've been doing your groups, your different readings, is that when you've got someone like this in your life, you do mirror things. So what it feels like is that you and your love are going to have to figure out what you want and how to say it. You're going to have to go through lessons that build enough confidence within you to speak up when you need to, and to have some sort of healthy process of observing information, processing the information. How does that make me feel? Is it triggering? What emotions am I feeling? And what do I want to do about that in order to come into union? And so there is a feeling here of maturing, actually like growing and changing. And the rate of that seems to affect how and when you come into union with this person. For some of you, you're able to meet this person and continue developing that process of being confident about speaking up when something bothers you, or if, it's making you feel different to how you usually feel, whether it's about your relationship or not. It's the kind of things that would impact your relationship, especially if this is someone who you're going to be living with or spending a lot of time with. Anything that affects you and your mood and your personality, it's like you have to figure out a way to communicate that, a way to process that, and to relay it back to this person. So that's one of the main things that affect your union, because it's something that you need in order to be most successful in this relationship. And that's why I think these two cards came out together and first. This card is really about having a strong foundation of security within self. And that kind of security is almost measured, because it's a Pentacles energy, it's measured in the earthly plane. It's measured by what we have, what we're doing, or how we're seen. And so things that will affect your union is how stable you feel based off of the things you have, the things you're doing, and how people see you, which could even include your reputation. Now, this is more Capricorn energy, so it does feel like having your priorities straight and having some sort of plan and being somewhat stable and successful is important to you. But the way that you define success could be different. For some of you, this is about having a successful, stable mental health. And for others of you, this is about having a successful, stable nest egg. It's just about ticking some sort of box before you're ready for this kind of relationship. And so it kind of feels to me like a lot of this is in your hands in a way. At the time, you may be like, no, I really could have, would have, should have manifested this person sooner. But once they're in your life, you're like, oh yeah, it couldn't have happened at any other time. Like, I'm really grateful that I had that person in my life when they came into my life. Now, in saying that, we know that this person is already in your life at the time that you're seeing this reading. So things that may continue to affect your union is your physical and earthly sense of security. So it's important to you that you continue to be successful, that you continue to tick boxes, and that you continue to have some sort of security for yourself, which could be that nest egg if you are someone who needs that independent financial security to fall back on just in case, right? It could be your education if you're someone who believes it's important to have certificates on top of other goals and other ambitions. It could be that you need some sort of security, an asset, or just a sense of feeling successful within yourself outside of your relationship. So it can really translate into anything. I'm being shown like cars. Maybe it's important to you to have your own vehicle. I'm being shown like a plan of, like a routine that you do every day to honor yourself so that you have that for yourself. Support systems, maintaining your connection to your family and friends over the years so that you have that outside of this relationship and on top of this relationship. It's like you need a practical either backup plan or safety net which it could be very telling about the way that you think and about the way that you see the world. Not so much the relationship, but you may see the world as a place that is not trustworthy, and that you always need a backup plan because you just don't know what's going to happen. Anything could happen. So with these two cards over here, I believe that moving forward, what we're seeing is that things that could affect your union, well, actually, no, Spirit's correcting me. Things that will affect your union are your ability to stay empathetic and the ability to develop outside of this connection. So it seems like this is the kind of connection that has you really swooning. Like you really just want to immerse yourself into this. You really just want to obsess and sit in that beautiful, rose-colored glasses vibes, that honeymoon stage. But it's important that you don't lose sight of your own journey, and it's important that you respect this person as an individual as well, who also has their own journey. And so at times it's going to feel like you're just one person and that you do everything together, and that people expect to see you together and you expect to see them with you. And when you make plans, you might be like, yeah, we'll be there, but you don't check if your partner even wants to go. You just assume. And all of these assumptions blur the lines of not just independence, but that self-perception that allows you to not only see why it's important for you to feel like you're in control of your life and what you want to do, but why it's also important for your partner to feel like they're in control of their life and what they want to do. And by taking that away in small pieces over time, it starts to feel like you've blurred those lines, and instead of it being fun and romantic, it feels restrictive and oppressive, and it can lead to resentment. When any fire energy is in the reverse position, we can experience resentment, jealousy, bitterness, anger, frustration. And the Three of Wands reversed is ultimately a feeling of bitterness and resentment for the missed opportunities, for the things that we weren't able to experience or pursue or really just experience because of the other commitments that were made and because of the expectations or the external, influences. And so we don't want to feel over time like we've signed up for a life that isn't even ours. And that's something that will affect your relationship and something that you need to continually be monitoring and be aware of. And that's why this card is here, because ultimately the Hanged Man to me is about seeing other perspectives. And in this deck, it's about observing yourself properly in a way where you're standing outside of the situation that you're in and you're looking at yourself as if in the third person. Observing yourself objectively can really change the way you see your situation, and it can also change the way you feel about the things that you're experiencing. And being able to do that for yourself and for your partner seems to be something that you need to actively, consciously prioritize, because otherwise you just feel like you get very caught up on the little things. You make it very subjective and you get too focused on things that shouldn't be that much of a challenge or an issue or a priority, because you're not having a genuine objective empathy in that situation. And so it's really important moving forward that you keep that in mind. That is what I'm seeing for that part of your reading. Let's move forward and we're going to have a look at what your higher selves think of each other. Now, what deck did we use for this, Spirit? Oh yeah, we used this deck. So this part of your reading gets a little bit far out. The idea of your higher self is that it exists in another plane, in another dimension. It is an extension of your human being that is able to see the past, the present, and the future all at once. And because it is able to see time as a fourth dimension, it doesn't have the same values as us or opinions as us, because much of our 3D earthly plane is constructed of the importance of time as a way of measuring things. You'll see how the way that your higher selves think and feel and share their thoughts and feelings is very different to how we would. So keeping in mind that our higher selves are on another dimension, I'm going to break this reading up into person A and person B. I'll be getting a card for each person. Whoever you resonate with the most, your one and only is going to be the other, if that makes sense. So if you resonate with what I'm saying about person A, your partner is going to resonate as person B. So that's how that will work. And the main reason I want to do that is because it helps give more information instead of just assuming that you're all person A and reading for you all in that way. I can lay it out really clearly. And it also gives us a better understanding of what your higher selves truly think of each other. To help you understand who you are, I'm going to start by pulling cards for the higher selves, and then I'm going to pull cards from another deck about your human beings and how your personalities are in this earthly plane. So that will help you identify whether you're person A or person B. So for my group threes, please, Spirit, what does person A's higher self think about person B's human being? Okay, we have the Six of Arrows reversed and the Princess of Staves, who is the Princess of Wands in this deck. And what does person B's higher self think? We have the Queen of Arrows. And at the back of the deck is the Eight of Arrows. So I can say straight away that there is a lot of joy. Your higher selves are mostly connected to this connection through this feeling of liberation, freedom, and as though your connection represents breaking a cycle of oppression. And the thing is, your higher selves are saying the cycle of oppression may have started from past pain, past hurt, repetitive behavior that became very consuming and limiting in your abilities to experience new things. But ultimately, what caused that cycle of hurt to continue and be prolonged was your own actions, thoughts, and focuses, mentalities, mindsets. And so your higher selves believe that you both let yourselves become stuck in cycles that were very unhelpful, that didn't allow you to see the bigger picture, and that kept your physical vessels very limited from new experiences. And now that you are able to be in each other's lives, you've liberated yourselves from this mental prison. You've allowed yourselves to see life differently and to imagine life differently and to imagine a future differently to how you were before you'd met. And so the overall thing is that there's this feeling here between your higher selves of gratitude that you're in each other's lives and that you're currently offering such a positive influence on each other's mindsets more than anything, which has probably shifted your attitudes, your beliefs, your general sort of demeanor. Other people may be commenting and saying like you're different now, you've got a different vibe to you. So before we get into what your higher selves think of each other, let's have a look at your human beings on this earthly plane to see who you identify with as the viewer. Spirit, how will group 3 recognize themselves if they are person A's human being? Okay, we have the 2 of discs, which is the Kachina juggler. And for person B, we have the 1 vessel, which is the Ace of Cups. And at the back of this deck, oh, goodness, we have the 8 of Pipes. So yeah, you guys are in communication. The energy between you is definitely magnetic. There is a strong attraction, a strong pull, strong desire to be around each other. Energetically, you feel like you've already created something together that is quite magnetic. You're in communication frequently, and the energy between your human beings is that there is momentum. You two already have something going. There's plans in progress, like there's a relationship that's been started. And for it to be the 8 of Wands, it's quite strong. It feels quite significant of a connection already. So if you identify as person A, you'll feel like your personality is one that likes to be in control. You like to feel as though things are running in a way where you know what to expect. You're probably somebody who likes lists. You like to stay on top of your daily routine. And it could be because you feel like you don't have a good memory and that you're actually someone who gets distracted very easily, or that it's hard for you to stay on track. And so you like to track your progress. You like to track what you need to do for the day. You like to write things down. You like to have little short-term plans, little lists. And you also like to know what to expect, either out of your day or more so out of the month ahead. Going into any situation though, you like to know where you stand. You like to know what's expected of you. If you were studying, you're probably that person that would really review the assignment sheet, the criteria or the rubric, the marking criteria, to know kind of where the bar is, and you would have some sort of plan in place to attain a specific outcome. There's a lot of practical energy in this card, so you may resonate with having strong Capricorn placements or Taurus placements or even Virgo. But this is the type of personality that prefers balance. So if they do find themselves particularly busy, they try to balance that out with the appropriate leisure time or sleep or just relaxation. Life is about balance, and it's about finding some sort of harmony that works for you. And this could be on a daily scale, in that every day you try to find that balance, or it could be on a larger scale, a macro scale of like across the year or across the months, across the weeks, you try to find that balance. And so I do think that you have 2 sides to your personality. I think one side really likes to be in control, and the other side just really likes to relax, kick back, and not have to follow a routine. And so you're kind of always between the two. And ideally, you'd like to have that balance, but sometimes it gets a bit too far one way, too far the other way. So sometimes you're a bit too busy and booked, having to handle all these things that you've signed up for and committed yourself to, all the responsibilities and all the tasks that you've set for yourself, feeling like you have a way of staying on top of things until somebody loses your list or gives you a curveball, and then it can become very overwhelming. And then on the other hand, there's probably moments where you just want to go MIA and disappear and not be at somebody else's beck and call, or not have a schedule, not have an alarm, where you just want to wake up and feel like the sun can wake you up naturally, or you can sleep all day and eat your favorite food. So there is this desire here to ultimately be somewhere in the middle, but naturally with this card, it is hard to maintain that balance, and you do go from one extreme to the other. So if you resonate with that, you're also probably someone who other people ask a lot of help for on a practical level. And the people that know you well may know when to just leave you alone because you're sick of helping people. You're sick of handling other people's business, and you're sick of managing things for them. But you are ultimately a good manager. You're maybe someone who's a bit of a good leader. You're probably somebody who, within a workplace setting, they give the new people to you to learn from you because you handle your work really well. And you're probably someone that has a good relationship with their leaders or managers or supervisors because of the fact that you come across as organized, especially during the busiest times. You come across as someone that's quite level-headed and grounded, and you're good at juggling those high-pressure situations that are very logistically chaotic. So if you resonate as that, you're person A. For person B, your personality is coming across as someone who's a sweetheart. You're actually a very likable person. You also seem to be someone that wears their emotions on their sleeve, and you're quite easy to read. A lot of people would say you come across as genuine, as kind, as considerate, and you also come across as someone who, people know what to expect when it comes to you. You're the kind of person that anyone can feel like they can talk to. Anyone feels like they can kind of come up to you, especially if you're smiling. Like, as soon as you're able to smile or just sort of be in a room for more than 5 minutes, there's this genuine impression of you where you feel like a genuine person. You feel like an authentic person, a trustworthy person. However, the Ace of Cups and the One Vessels in this deck is also talking about how people that get to know you better would see you as someone that prioritizes themselves. You prioritize the relationship that you have with yourself, the things that you need to do for yourself, and you also prioritize your close circle. You're very, very careful, and look, you have these genuine qualities about you that even come across as being quite loyal, but I feel like there comes a time where, if you need to take care of yourself first, you're going to do that. If that means leaving early for work, you're going to do that. If that means staying home because you're not feeling well, you're going to do that. If that means canceling a plan that's been in place for 6 months, you're going to do that. You're somebody that puts their feelings and their heart at high importance, meaning everything else has to fit in. Your heart takes priority, and what you care about and who you care about is obvious to those around you. So if you have a significant relationship in your life, including, the relationship with your kids or all those other relationships of friendship, of romance, any sort of label, those significant relationships are quite easy to see when people are just meeting you and getting to know you. They can tell who you love, and that love is quite important to you, and that feeling loved and having love for self is quite important to you. And so during those periods where you're as single as a Pringle and you don't have to worry about anyone but yourself, you're going to maybe either feel a little bit lost, and you're going to end up feeling like you need to put a lot of love towards yourself, and that you need a lot of either validation or just time to yourself, or you're going to feel like you need to fill your cup somehow. Like, it's almost giving that you're prone towards self-coping or self-soothing coping mechanisms that aren't always healthy, but they fill a void, right? So if you're going through something, it feels like you feel really deeply about it. You go through it quite deeply. So for some of you, you're highly susceptible towards developing like a drinking habit that is a little bit unhealthy, or an addiction that helps you kind of numb how you feel, but it's not quite healthy, because your heart feels so open. And so that seems to be your extreme side, is where this genuine nature, this openness, can at times be taken advantage of, but it can also, even when you become really good at reading people, lead you to feel very lonely when you're not surrounded by love, and when you don't have a lot of people around you. You are either very comfortable being by yourself because your cup is full, or it's quite daunting being by yourself because you're like, well, I'm the only one that's going to fill my cup. And so that's your duality, that's your scale. And the extreme side is you want to numb that. You don't want to feel that. It's too much to think about. It's too much to feel. I'm sick of being the nice person. I feel grateful that I'm a good person, but it doesn't always lead me to the success that I want. And so I'm going to do things to numb that feeling, to disassociate from that awareness, so that I don't have to think about it right now. And that's where you may find yourself dipping into substances or developing addictions that help you disassociate and numb from that feeling. On the other side, you are always expecting the people around you to understand this about you. And so if you're in a workplace where they're like, no, you can't go home, I don't care if your kid's sick, like, you have to work, you're going to be like, no, hell no, and how dare you, I quit. And so that's the other side of it, is where like, and when you're in situations where people just don't resonate with your values like you, where people just can't understand or accept where you're coming from with your beautiful big heart, it feels like make or break. It's a make or break moment. It's a, do I end this because I'm so angry right now? Like, how dare they? Because as far as you're concerned, there's nothing wrong with being this way. This is how all people should be. They should all have empathy. They should all have understanding. They should all have an importance put on the love and their loved ones in their lives. So you're like, well, I don't want to work for someone that doesn't care about family. Family is so important to me. So that's the other side of the extreme scale. And so most of the time, I would say that you try to sit in the middle. You would know if this is you when those moments have happened to you, and when you felt like, okay, this is make or break. Like, am I keeping this job, or am I, gonna try to ride it out and find something else first? So if you resonate with that, you're person B. What a tangent. Okay, so those are the two personalities in your relationship. Let's now have a look at what your higher selves think of your earthly beings. So starting with person A. Person A got 2 cards, which is insightful. Person A has arrows. You all had arrows. At the back of the deck, there was 8 of arrows. We've got the 6 of arrows here, the Queen of arrows there. So together with the Princess of staves, person A's higher self sees person B's human being as someone who ultimately represents the ability to do something right, the ability to go back to a cycle, go back to a way of living and a mentality that they had once abandoned. And so they see person B's human being as someone who, yes, represents excitement and new beginnings, but also represents the repeat of something in a better way, if that makes sense. And so they look at person B on a human level as someone who is trying to do their best to learn from their past, to be open about their past. And this may be referring to a specific conversation that you guys had. but they see person B as someone that's trying to be honest about what has happened previously, trying to be clear about something in their past, while also trying to be clear about what they feel right now. And overall, this is being observed as a younger, maybe less mature or less experienced energy. So person A's higher self is seeing person B's human being as a less mature, less experienced energy, as someone who's either doing this for the first time or they haven't had a lot of experience in feeling like this and in having to communicate this. But person A's higher self thinks that person B's human being is doing this pretty well. They also think that person B's human being is quite optimistic in nature, and at times this is misleading because the energy is so go with the flow, easygoing, optimistic, excitable, and at times passionate. It's not always true to the way that they think. So person B's higher self knows that person A's higher self knows that person A's human being is an overthinker at times, and that once the sparks aren't going off in front of their face, as in once person A has time alone, they're going to overthink things. And so overall, person A as a higher self has a very positive understanding, but they may feel like if they're not careful and if person B's not careful, there could be misunderstandings and there will be challenges that need to be overcome based off of the fact that person A is an overthinker and person B likes to live in the moment and embrace the energetic opportunities. And so they kind of need to be directed and told when something is bothering person A. And so person A's higher self is almost seeing that person B has a very pure spirit, but the way that they do things is going to need to be explained in order for person A to feel more at peace with the way that things are moving forward and with what has happened in the past. Does that make sense for person A? I'm sorry to confuse at times between person A and person B. I'm going to try not to do that again. And let's move forward, having a look now at person B. So person B's higher self is seeing person A's human being as someone who's quite intelligent, as someone who's very attractive, especially with Venus here, a very beautiful person, a very nurturing person, someone who gets a lot of attention, but also someone who knows what to say and when to say it. And for that reason, person B's higher self is seeing person A's human being as someone that has it all. They've got the brains, the beauty, the logic, the intuition, the instincts, the experience, the willingness to learn, like all of it. And so there is this feeling here from person B's higher self of person A being somebody that knows more than what they say, that thinks more than what they speak, and that may eventually seek more than what they have. And so there is this feeling within person B's higher self of wondering what person A is going to do next and what they may choose to direct all of this powerful energy towards. Person B, as a higher being, knows that person A is capable of many different things. And within that higher realm, person B's higher self is able to see all of the different things that person A is creating constantly with their thoughts, with their actions, with their focus, with their energy. And so I'm going to say that person B's higher self is looking at their human being like, come on, buddy, catch up. Like, your heart is so invested, but you need to physically and mentally catch up. And so there seems to be a difference here in how you both feel, in how you both love, and in how you both express. Person B's higher self knows that they are a big feeler. They have strong emotions, they come on strong at times, and they love to just sit in those feelings. They love to enjoy those feelings, those experiences, and they love to just prioritize those feelings and those moments to the point where they're not always thinking far ahead like person A. They're not always preparing and planning. And they're not always able to provide in the way that person A needs. And even though person A is so capable of doing that for themselves, person B's higher self feels the weight of their human being's desire to do that in some way, to be more needed. And it does feel like a need more than anything. It feels like a desire to be needed. So that's what their higher being is seeing. And it's very telling, isn't it, on this scale, what happens on that level and how that impacts who we are as human beings. We're going to move forward by having a look now at channeled messages from both of your higher selves. And we're going to see what each of you have to say to each other, what each of you may offer in terms of advice as well as messages. It kind of turned into advice for the other two groups, just a heads up, but I will try to get other messages instead. So let's pack this up and let's move forward. And let's get our channel messages. Okay, whoa, all right. Now these are channeled messages from your higher selves. In the extended reading, we're gonna get channeled messages from your future selves. Okay. Spirit, what does group 3's, group 3 person A's higher self have to say to their human being? Group 3 person A's higher self have to say. We have, I'm sorry. What do I have to say to person B's human being? Group 3, you're my everything. We also have, are these all gonna fit? Yeah. I don't want to lose you, and love is the answer. Okay. And then let's have a look at person B's higher self now. What does person B's higher self have to say to person A's higher self, Spirit? Okay. We have, I want to start a family with you. We also have, I just wish things were different, reversed. You're so beautiful. Why do you need me? I'm open to compromise. I heard, are you really? So what is happening there? Okay. Are you really? Why? What's wrong with compromise? Goodness. That's a bit of a cheeky little tidbit. Let's see, are we all in? Not really. That's a bit better. Okay, let me just stand up for a second. Yeah, that's a bit better. All right. So I'm going to channel first person. I did that for group 1, and then for group 2 I didn't. And to me it just was a bit confusing. So channeling first person from the perspective of person A's higher self. This is what person A's higher self wants to say to person B's human being, if you're watching this as person B. When it comes to our connection, instead of feeling sorry for the things that we're not doing right, I would prefer to see us learning how to better support one another. This feels like the kind of relationship that is still teaching us a lot about ourselves. And it's important that we remember that we are still learning and will continue to learn. As we develop and as we go through experiences, what is more important to me is that we both have the ability to talk about the hard stuff and to learn from the things that we want to change. As my own human being struggles to communicate how they feel from time to time, it is important that you also prioritize how you feel and communicating the trickier feelings as well. Not just the happy feelings, not just the things that are enjoyable and excitable, but also the things that bother you. If they bother you today, they're going to become even more of a concern in the future. And so I really want us to have a relationship that is healing, that is supportive, that is about growth and correcting the things that we can and want to change. This relationship to me means more than a commitment. It represents my future. It represents us having a shared future. And it represents us creating a life together. It is more than just a commitment to each other. It is a commitment to the legacies that we can create together, the family that we can create together, and the values, the traditions, the sentimental moments that we want to create and also pass on. And so the way that we move forward is about showing each other how we want to create and what we want to continue to do. It is actually very important to me that we have traditions and that we do our little customs and that we create moments that at times may to you feel silly, but it represents us preserving a part of our history, not just for ourselves, but for the next generation and for us to leave behind. I take this commitment very, very seriously. And so once I'm in it for the long haul. This is a long-term relationship for me, and you will be my life partner. You will be my partner in life, and I will treat you like somebody that I don't want to lose. At times, I can get a little bit too comfortable, and you'll notice this in the future. I get so focused on my processes and on getting things done in an effective, efficient way that instead of enjoying the moment, I just want to make sure that everybody else is enjoying it. And I know you will see this in me, but I would appreciate it if you actually tell me more, because in the future I'm likely to use this to distance myself from you. Use this to separate myself from feeling connected to you, and will use this as a way of focusing more on myself, my own stability, my own sense of security, because I don't feel secure in this connection. My love languages are very much acts of service, and that's how I give. I also give through gifts. I love showering the people that I love with things that remind me of them. They don't have to always be expensive. It can just mean that when I'm doing well materially, I want the people around me to be doing well as well. And that at times is more practical, and at times it's more sentimental. And so the best thing that you could do for me is to help me out when I feel like I'm taking on too much, and to play along with the importance that I put on those big things that I'm stressing about and planning for and trying my best to manage. I always love to feel like I'm planning for something or preparing things. I like to feel like I've got something that I'm working on. And when I don't, I just tend to lose my spark, my sense of purpose. And I'm also prone towards taking on too much responsibility. And so I never want you to feel like I'm prioritizing work or these other commitments above us. I need to hear when you feel like I am, so that I can help comfort you and connect with you in that moment, instead of you feeling more isolated and distanced from me. The two of us are destined to have a very profound, strong love for each other, which is why you are my one and only, my life partner, my significant love in this life, and the one in this reading. You will understand me better than anybody, and a lot of the things that I'm telling you are things that you'll already know, simply from observing and getting to know me. You're so attentive and aware of who I am that you will be able to see things about me that I don't even get to see about myself. And you will help me confront things within myself that I do want to work on and change. And for that, I am so grateful. Our love not only heals, but it does create. And I'm so grateful for the love that and the life that we will create together. So I'm just going to pause there, group 3, because before we move into person B's higher selves channel messages, I think you guys might have children together. There's a lot of hints in this language that there's lives that you're creating. So it might happen in a way that is more suitable to your circumstances, especially if you can't biologically produce children. But it feels like you create life together. So that's an interesting and important piece of information, I think. I just had a quick sip of coffee. Let's get into person B now. Person B's higher self, first person perspective, talking to person A's human being. I want you to know that you've brought this renewed sense of hope, this new spark into my life that has helped me see, imagine, and feel the world differently. Not only am I so excited that we're already in each other's lives, but I have so many ideas and plans and things that I want to create with you. I'm so grateful that we are connected already, and I feel so, at times, unable to express and carefully explain how much you mean to me already. I know that where we're at right now isn't where we're always going to be. I personally have a lot of things that I want to work on, that I want to grow. And as a person, there's a lot of things that I want to change. I want you to know that within my human being, I'm trying to be a better person for us, for the future that we want, for the lives that we are building together, and just to help match your energy. I do at times struggle to understand how I fit in to your lifestyle, how I fit in to your put together image. And I do at times struggle to measure up in a tangible way. Knowing you and meeting you has helped me realize how much I want to push myself in this life. And it's not that I didn't want to be successful before, it's just that I tried not to measure myself in that way. But now I feel like I need more financial security, more financial abundance. I want to be able to provide more for us. I want to be able to have a plan. And I want to feel like I'm not just working and working and working. I want that lifestyle balance. I want to be here more, and I want to have more in the bank account. And so there are going to be some sacrifices made in order to try to secure that future for us. I'm going to need to do things that could temporarily throw things out of whack, but it is with the idea of building a more secure future together. So I just want you to know that at times I do feel insecure about how I measure up next to you as a partner, as a spouse. And I feel that within myself, and so I know that the people around us see that as well. I know that the people around us compare us as well, and I just want to make you proud. I want to make myself proud, but I also just don't want to let you down. And I know that the people in our lives are very important as well, so I want to make them proud. When it comes to us, I see us as partners, and that's why sometimes I unhelpfully compare myself to you. But I see us as partners, as two strong individuals who are able to connect, communicate, listen, and share. And I always want you to know that I'm here to listen. I will always listen to you. I have so much respect for you, and I always want to be a safe space for you to open up to. I do feel a strong connection of friendship as well as love. And it feels like the two of us, although we may be very different, are able to always see eye to eye as long as we approach each other with love and with understanding. And I want to keep that in the future. I want to be able to continue this relationship with that understanding as our focus, so that we don't blow things out and make these differences turn into huge breaking points. I want us to be able to work things out. And so it's really important to me that we do communicate and have these moments to connect. And I don't always verbalize or plan for these moments, but I try to show you with my actions. I try to show you with how I look at you, how I talk to you, that you are important to me and that I'm always a safe space for you. And I know that sometimes that doesn't align with the way that you like things to be more clear, more obvious, or just more prepared and planned. But as far as I'm aware, my intention is to always be a safe space. And so you will have to tell me from time to time when I need to verbalize that more, or when I should be planning or just making it a little bit more obvious to you that I'm here for you. I don't always like to steal the show, if that makes sense. I'm not always the loudest person in the room. I'm not comfortable in certain environments that you're comfortable in, especially as we start to build our life together. I don't always know what to do with myself, and you come across as being either very confident or just very adaptable in those situations where I feel a little uncertain of whether I'm even dressed right and how I should sit, and I may need a lot of coaching or even just support in the beginning to feel like I belong. And if it's not that, it's more this understanding of how me being there is me showing support, even if I'm not the one giving the speech or running the show. The way that I show love is by how I give my time, my attention, and my affection. And you have all of that. I don't always have the right words. I don't always do things the way that you want me to. But you always have my time, my attention, and my affection. And if there's anything that I can do to continue to create those intimate moments where you feel connected to me as much as I always feel connected to you, please tell me. Please let me know. I do believe that a relationship takes work. It takes compromise, and it takes two people being honest with each other and giving each other the chance before things get worse. So as long as we're both in this together, as long as we're both wanting the same thing, I will always keep trying for us. And that is something that I can promise you. Oh my gosh, this is so cute. Look, it's not going to take very long for the two of you to become very committed. You guys may get married quite early into your relationship, or you may have a strong commitment ceremony, or just your relationship may progress quite seriously quite quickly, because it feels like in the earlier stages of your connection, you're all of a sudden like one, like you're just together. And everybody around you knows that. Your family knows that, their family knows that, your friends know that, their friends know that. And even though there's parts of your lives that still feel separate, everybody around you knows this person and vice versa. So their loved ones know you, your loved ones know them. And so it feels like quite early on, like in the first couple of years, there is a serious either marriage proposal, or there's some sort of serious commitment. Maybe you have kids, or you move in together, or it just happens quite strongly to where the larger community is very blended. Your family knows them well, their family knows you well, vice versa. So that's your channeled messages. Let's close your reading now by getting some advice. Now, this advice is about moving forward for you. Because you've already met each other, we're going to get advice on how to work with the energy, making sure that you stay in union by having the right tools to navigate any challenges as well as any opportunities in your relationship. So Spirit, what advice can you give my group 3s about their connection? What advice? Okay. So the main card I have for you is Cosmic Heart. At the back of this deck is Merciful Mother Jamal, the number 44. When this card is reversed, it kind of feels like Spirit is telling you, everyone in group 3, whether you resonate as person A or person B, that the success of your relationship with your life partner is really about being able to know when to hold space for yourself and know when to hold space for this person. It's going to be a delicate balance that is often changing depending on the circumstances, and you have to be the one who decides. And don't make it a big deal, but make it a priority. So to give you an example, maybe when you're first getting to know each other, those honeymoon phases just feel so beautiful and everything is a little bit easy. The connection is just magnetic, it's exciting, and then reality kicks in and the excitement from external possibilities starts to wane, and then it's just the two of you in a house. If you're all of a sudden realizing, oh my gosh, look at how much of my life has changed since I've met this person. It's only been a year and I'm living with them and I'm hardly seeing my friends. And if it's starting to feel like too much, know how to hold space for yourself. Instead of panicking, instead of reacting, find a way to communicate with your partner and say, hey, I just need to hold some space for myself this week. I'm gonna, on Thursday night, go and get a milkshake, or go to that Pilates class that I really wanted to go to, or watch a movie, or visit my friend that I haven't seen in a while, and I just need to have some me time. Because I guarantee, whether you're person A or person B, the other person is going to prefer that instead of you trucking along like nothing's wrong, while under the surface feeling like things are falling apart. So holding space for yourself is very important. And holding space for your partner is also about listening when they tell you these things, encouraging them to open up to you, and being patient with them as they process. It feels like the two of you reach a new level of maturity together. No matter how old you are, no matter what you go through before you meet, you're still learning about yourselves and about each other, and about what long-term relationships need in order to be successful. And so having that understanding for your partner and giving them the time to be able to feel grounded within themselves is going to help your relationship be more grounded as well. It's going to keep that strong foundation, because life happens, changes happen. One minute you're young and enjoying the taste of each other for the first time. Sorry to say that on YouTube. I should have waited for the extended readings. And the next minute it's been 15 years, you've got 2 kids, you've got mortgages, and everything is starting to become a little bit too much. And then sometimes you get so used to that chaos that when the kids leave the house, that's a whole other feeling of change that you have to process. And so naturally, we are always processing, we're always learning, and when we go through those things with someone over such a long period of time, need to be patient with them. And you and your life partner have very different love languages. You're complementary in that way. Person B can really see that. They see how they needed someone like person A in their life, whereas person A at times loses sight of how much they need someone like person B in their life. Person A gets a little bit too focused on how important this is, instead of realizing how important the inside is, the intrinsic, which is love, which is connection, which is not having to do things by schedules all the time and simply just enjoying the moment. So you do balance each other out, but you need to appreciate each other's differences as well. And that's why the overall energy is this 8, this balance energy of cycles. Life is a constant cycle of energy that fluctuates and wanes. It goes up, it goes down, but it always comes back around. And over time, it balances out. So being with this person long term is about appreciating that it will balance out, and checking in with each other when you go through things together, but when you go through things independently as well. Finding a way to show up for each other and also show up for yourselves, and bridging those gaps with communication by saying, hey, I just need some time for me. I'm feeling a little overwhelmed and I need to figure out what I need to do. So can you please give me some space to figure that out? Or, hey, I've been upset lately and I want to talk about it. I'm sick of being in my head. I need to verbalize, I need to communicate, I need to let it out. So there are ways that you can use your communication to help bridge those gaps when life goes up and down and back around. Cosmic Heart is the balance of love that is always available to us through the divine, through source, through spirit, through God, through the creator, whatever label you choose. And it is available to us within us. We have that. We have access to that But don't forget that a big part of your relationship's long-term success is about understanding when you feel that and when you don't feel that within yourself. And for your person B in this relationship, they sometimes struggle to feel the divine love because they get insecure about the material deficits that they have in comparison to person A. Whereas person A starts to feel like they're not being loved enough because they put too much emphasis on things happening a certain way instead of appreciating that it's always there in front of them, even if it's not ticking boxes. So love is always there. This relationship has the potential to be very long term. It will require mutual effort, mutual support, and it will also require you both knowing what you want from each other, from life, and from yourselves. That is what I'm seeing for you, group 3. I'm going to end your reading there. Oh my gosh, it's been a long one. We're going to go into the extended reading now, where we'll focus more on what union is supposed to be like. In your extended reading, we're having a look at what your union with this person will be like in the future. We're going to have a look at why. And for that, we're really looking into soul contracts, if you have one, your personalities, and also the experiences that you'll be going through together. This will help us work into what you're going to create together and whether you will be creating children, what your family situation is going to look like. Is it going to be a closed sort of family? Are you going to have a large extended family? Are you going to have, your friends are your family, that type of thing? And what kind of legacy are you going to be creating together as well? What does that look like in terms of your partnership? As I said before, we're also getting channeled messages from your future selves. So we're going to get channeled messages to have a look at what your future selves want to say to each other based on your present energy. And we'll close your reading by getting some ooey gooey messages about what you treasure most about each other, especially down the line. Although you've already met, we're focusing on the future with this and what you will treasure the most about each other in the future. You can find all of this information in the description box and the pinned comment as well. If you do want to join me in the extended reading, the link is down there as well. Click on the link and then find your group. Remember your group 3 of the Have You Already Met the One reading. Thank you, sweet souls, for all of your time, your energy, and your support right here on YouTube. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you so much for exchanging energy with me. And if you've enjoyed this reading, consider giving it a thumbs up and subscribing to join me in future readings. Until we meet again, I wish you peace, prosperity, abundance, happiness, health, wealth, success, and joy on your journey ahead. Bye. Hi group 4 and welcome to your reading. If you recognize the 6th house card and this beautiful, I'm pretty sure it is a carnelian, but it is a crystal heart. So if you recognize these two objects, you're in the right place. We're asking Spirit, have you already met the one? Now this reading is going to be handled with compassion, consideration, and care. I'm going to do my best to make sure that I'm getting you clear messages and that we're also focusing on helping you feel more confident about the path that you're on and the road towards the one. So this is what we're covering here on YouTube, and this is what we're covering in the extended readings. You can find all of this information in the description box and the pinned comment as well. So group 4, I just want to say, when I talk about the one in your reading, I'm using it as a term to help describe a very significant relationship in your life. It is a romantic term, so this is intended for romantic reasons. This reading is, for romantic purposes. And for the other groups, we ended up replacing that term, the one, with another term that better suited the relationship. So we'll see what happens for you. Whether we continue to use that term or a different term will really just depend on your group and what feels more appropriate. But I use that term to describe a very significant relationship in your life where you feel like this person is the one that you came to earth for, the one that you're meant to spend your life with, or the one who stands out as the most profound relationship that you will have in your life. And it's important to remember that at the end of the day, you always have free will. This reading is for entertainment purposes only. You are the oracle in your life. Trust yourself, know yourself, take what resonates, don't let the rest take from you. To open your reading, I'm going to go ahead and set my intentions, group 4. I like to do this every time I read, but I've recently started doing this on camera with you. And I highly recommend that you also set your intentions as the viewer. Think about the questions you may have about this topic, the sort of clarity or information that you're seeking, and also what drew you towards this reading in the first place, what made you click on it, even if it was just because, you wanted something to watch while you're getting ready for bed or on your break. Really focus on setting clear intentions so we can get some clear answers for you. You can also think about the signs of confirmation that you need to see or hear in order to confirm that this reading is for you. So the decks that I'm using have a lot of animals, colors, there's some astrology, zodiac signs and planets, and there'll also be different numbers. So think about those sorts of things or something else random if you would like as a sign of confirmation that this reading is meant for you, and we'll see if it comes out in your reading. So Spirit, please tune me into Group 4's energy. Please help me offer Group 4 the most clear, honest messages for their reading today. Thank you, Spirit. Okay, so this card does tell us quite a bit already, Group 4. It tells us that your road towards meeting the one and where you're at currently is that if this person is in your life, the exchange is very balanced. It feels mutual. It feels like a generous connection where you don't have to worry about what you give because you know that this person is going to give back as well. You don't have to keep receipts on how much you're giving because you know that they're going to, without you even needing to say, I feel like I've been doing all of this by myself. They're going to step up. And so the nature is supposed to be very generous. It's supposed to feel harmonious, balanced, and it should feel like it's working well. It's a relationship that meets your needs, meets your expectations, and also has a certain standard in which you and your one and only are supposed to treat each other. So let's get some tarot out to confirm whether or not your one and only is already in your life. Spirit, is the one already in Group 4's life? Is the one already in Group 4's life, please, Spirit? Okay. We have the Knight of Cups coming out. Is the one already in Group 4's life? We have the Ten of Swords. We have the Chariot and the Knight of Pentacles with the Two of Wands. So it's really weird because a lot of your tarot cards are saying no, but it's also because this person is a very specific person who is supposed to treat you in a very specific way. And so if you're not being treated that way, then they're not in your life yet. Let's talk about this a little bit more detailed. But I think that for a lot of you, no, this person isn't in your life yet. Yet they may be just around the corner, or there may be hints of them and how they're going to be already in your life. So the way that this feels is with the Two of Wands at the back of the deck, I think that your life partner or your significant person, let's use that language because it feels more appropriate. Your significant person in love is supposed to be someone who really just puts everybody else to shame. There are no other possibilities. The only reasons you might not feel satisfied in this relationship is because you're not able to fully focus on yourself at times. The nature of your relationship feels like a partnership in which this person is very generous with how they treat you. Their love languages are a combination of acts of service, words of affirmation, really praising you, and also physical touch. And they do what they can with the means that they have to show you that they appreciate you and how much you mean to them. So it's a blend of the physical love languages as well as the verbal love languages. Even if this person doesn't always know what to say, they try to show you appreciation. And they are more of an altruistic person, meaning that they gain their sense of value and meaning from helping the ones around them, the people that they love, care about, or the causes that are near and dear to their heart. Generally speaking, they're quite a generous person, a kind-hearted person, and they have a genuine feeling of wanting to help people, support people, and just be of service in some way. And so you're not going to feel unsatisfied when you're with them. You're not going to question, are they the one? You're more so going to at times feel like, oof, like this person does so much for me, and I think I need to do more for myself or stand up for myself more or just be less reliant on them. I could see how this kind of person could at times make you feel like they're enabling you or kind of taking away some of your independence and your freedom by being so helpful and resourceful. It feels like they do a lot of things for the people that they care about. And so with the Two of Wands reversed, that might at times make you feel like you need to fight to do things for yourself. But really, there's no comparison. It's a dead end. Like, it's not a dead end, it's like a full stop after you meet them. There's no other comparison. So if you don't have that in your life, you haven't met them yet. They stand out, they're quite obvious, they're a softer personality. Even if they are a masculine energy, they have a softer personality. They're a little bit more, they're more confident when they're able to lead behind the scenes. They don't always like to take charge. They don't always like to feel like they're controlling the situation. They prefer to be a part of a team or a part of, the partnership. They don't want to feel like they're dominating in the environments that they occupy. So that goes for work, that goes for relationships. They prefer to either feel like they're a part of the team, or they're more of the kind of person that likes to be led, that likes to have a clear expectation and direction that they can follow. So the way that this is showing up, to answer your question, have you already met the one? With the Knight of Cups coming out first, there was a strong feeling here of yes initially. And the way that it felt was very soft, very gentle, very chivalrous, kind of like an old school type of love where we're holding doors, we're opening car doors, we're just physically doing these acts of service to show that we care. And it feels like at times going out of our way. So this is the type of person that genuinely feels like this is what they enjoy. It's not a form of manipulation or showing off, and it's not just a tactic. It's not something that they only do in the beginning and then the rose-colored glasses come off. It's a personality trait. It's a genuine aspect of their nature. So they have this romantic sweetheart nature. And it comes through so strongly as soon as you meet them, with this card coming out first. So that will help you know if they're in your life already. It's not a phase, it's a part of their nature. They're a romantic, they're a sweetheart, they have a chivalrous side, they are a genuine person, they're a kind person, they do their best to be empathetic, but they're also a romantic at heart. And so they let their feelings guide them and they stay true to their feelings. And their feelings don't fluctuate. This is their nature, to be gentle and kind and supportive. They don't just sort of go from one extreme to the other. That's their baseline. That's their normal in terms of their personality. However, the next cards that came out are all saying no. And they're saying no because. So this person is likely not in your life yet because with the Ten of Swords, there is a feeling here of having to hit a dead end first, like a complete cycle before they can come into your life. And so with the Ten of Swords, this cycle is likely one in which you've relied or expected your next serious relationship, your meaningful relationships, to happen with the wrong type of people or in the wrong settings. Your meaningful relationship, your significant person, is supposed to be someone who comes after you've gone through cycles of, at times, betrayal, not trusting people, and then having to learn the lessons of what those signs look like and how you can better connect and protect yourself from people who don't have the same intentions as you, who don't want the same things as you. And so you're likely to deal with someone who you go through a lot with, and you kind of know that it's not going to really lead to what you want, but you're not ready to give it up. There's something about it that it gets to such a point where enough is enough. We have to end it once and for all. Really, if we're ending a situation at the Ten of Swords, we've experienced heartbreak. We've had moments where our gut instinct was telling us one thing and we did the other. And then we learned the hard way that we should have just trusted our gut. We had moments where we healed in between and we were like, I'm done, I'm not doing this again. And then something happened and we went back, or we repeated that cycle. And instead of standing up for ourselves, we maybe tried to prove a point. And that led us to feeling more in control temporarily. And then our trust was betrayed and our instincts told us, you have to protect yourself. But instead of ending it completely, we decided to be a bit sneaky and maybe even did the betraying this time and tried to get even or get ahead of their betrayal. And so we ended up in a cycle where we felt trapped by our circumstances, as though we just couldn't break away from this cycle of this behavior and these types of people and this connection. And it led us towards losing hope about our future, to the point where it was very hard to imagine anything else except that relationship, cycle, or situation in love. And then, once and for all, we had to end it. We had to go, well, nothing's going to change unless I change something. And so, blah. And sometimes this isn't us. This is somebody else saying, enough is enough. You've put yourself in this hole, and if you're not going to leave, I will. And we feel betrayed by that. We feel isolated by that. And so your significant person comes in when you're at a point where you've processed all of that. You've had your I'm in a hole moment, where you've had to end a tough cycle that was extremely challenging, that taught you a lot about people, about yourself, and about certain behaviors and ways people use their words and their actions to manipulate or to pretend. And then this person comes in and they're nothing like that. They're genuine, they're authentic, they're sweet, and you may actually be a little bit jaded and cautious and skeptical because of what you've been through. So with the Chariot reversed at this stage in your reading and at this stage in your journey, it feels like your significant person needs to really come in at the right time. You can't be completely repelling what you deserve, but you're not expected to be completely healed either. This feels like the kind of relationship that you heal with. You overcome a lot of your insecurities or uncertainties and hesitancies because of your experiences. These are valid concerns that you have. You've been through things that have made you have a bit of an emotional wall up that protects yourself. But you can't be completely opposed, right? You can't be completely like, I'm over love, I never want to meet anyone. So there's this fine line between you being open enough towards letting this person come towards you, but also acknowledging how you do a lot of healing with them. You're not supposed to be healed, perfect, or put together. A lot of that happens with you, and the two of you seem to rewrite the meaningful relationship code in your mind and in your heart of what you expect, of what you want, of how you should be treated, of how you want to treat them, to the point where even your love languages may change. You may not have been a physical touch person because previously physical touch only meant one thing, or you may not have been a words of affirmation person because previously you didn't expect that kind of stuff. And yet when this person loves you the way that they love you, it feels good for you. And so this relationship rewrites a lot of your standards with this energy here. And also it helps you move beyond emotional walls that you've been conditioned to exist behind as a way of protecting yourself, but also as a way of trying to control how you feel, so that if somebody does hurt you, it doesn't hurt that much because you are behind your wall. So that is what I'm seeing in terms of, have you already met the one? We got some hints about who they are. We got a better understanding of your journey towards them. And we did get a very big answer to that question of whether they're in your life yet or not. Hopefully that's enough to help you understand whether this reading is meant for you or not. You may have messages in a different group if this doesn't resonate. If it does resonate, we're going to move forward now. Let's pack this up and let's have a look at the things that will affect your union. We're going to move this card to the side. So Spirit, for my group fours, what are the things that will affect their union with their significant person? Yeah, this feels like a significant relationship because it's the person that teaches you how to love in a way that you haven't experienced yet. What are the things that will affect group four's union? Okay. At the back of the deck is the 9, which is the Hierophant. We have seek, teach, sacral chakra, believe and succeed. We also have the numbers 2, 6, 5, and 9. In terms of zodiac signs, what have we had already? I should have checked those tarot cards, my bad. But we have Virgo here. We did have Virgo in the first part. We also had Cancer. Yeah, the Knight of Cups to me is Scorpio, but there is some Cancer and Pisces there. And then that 10 of Swords is very final. So it's an air sign card. It's also conclusive of like an ending, a completion, a full stop. We're not going back. It's over. It's done. I'm done. So sacral chakra energy is fiery energy, feminine energy. So therefore it is yang energy. Am I off? Yang or yin? I'm pretty sure yin is feminine, yang is, yeah, masculine. And anyway, it's feminine energy. I don't want to accidentally say the wrong thing. My brain is just not remembering today. And then this is the Six of Wands. So we're looking at fiery energy. The Six of Wands for me is Aries. However, I can see how there's some, Sagittarius there and also Leo, because it talks about believing in yourself, having that high self-esteem, that high self-efficacy in your abilities, knowing that you are capable, knowing that you've got this. But also, traditionally, it talks about how your environment needs to be supportive of you as well, and how the way that we see ourselves is conditioned by our environment, the way other people see us, and the types of relationships we have in our lives, and the spaces that we occupy, and all of that impacts whether or not we feel capable enough, successful enough, and ultimately just confident in who we are and what we can do, especially in situations that feel new, that we haven't been through yet or already. We also have Taurus energy here with the Teach card, and I think I already said Virgo. So let's talk about the Believe and Succeed. I've already said a little bit about it, but the way that this card is going to affect your union with your significant person is that you basically have this chapter, and it feels like a chapter, sweets. It's not just one story. It's an ongoing cycle of how your environments and your relationships challenge your self-efficacy, your self-confidence, your self-esteem, and just how confident you are in being successful. And it filters into different areas of your life, which is why it's a chapter. It feels quite significant. It's like, it's not just a page in your overall story, it's a recurring theme that shows up throughout your lifetime. And what makes this relationship so significant is that this person is able to really support you and build this supportive environment around you over time that helps you stay on track with the progress you've already made before you met them, about boosting your confidence. So before you meet them, you're going to recognize how you may have a low self-esteem, or you may at times really struggle to consistently feel good enough, worthy enough, able enough, confident enough. You may be someone who needs that external influence to support them. And it could be because of a rocky relationship with a parent, in which it felt like no matter what you did, it just wasn't enough. You just couldn't be good enough for them. And it could also have been because of an earlier relationship, which doesn't have to be romantic. It could have been a friendship where you felt like you tried really hard, you gave it everything, and it still wasn't enough. It still didn't quite make you feel like you may have felt like you failed, that you did something wrong, that you walked away with the damage, and it could have led to feelings of failure instead of you being able to understand how the very nature of life is to learn about yourself through others. You walked away feeling like you were robbed of your confidence and your success because of that relationship. And so this is a major theme in your life. And prior to meeting this person, it's something that you're going to feel a little bit more, not only aware of, but you're going to feel more in control of. Prior to meeting your significant person, not only do you know that this is something that you go through, but you're going to also be at a good point in your life where you're able to understand how that impacts the choices you make, the relationships you forge, and the kinds of goals that you set for yourself. And so your self-esteem is going to be pretty good when you meet this person. You're going to be feeling pretty confident. You're going to be feeling pretty in control of your self-efficacy as well, and your ability to be successful in the things that you try and do. So overall, a pretty open, optimistic energy that is receptive. And it's important that you spend time knowing this about yourself, because your significant person helps build on that. They aim to ultimately be in harmony with you, supporting you in any way that they can. So, with the sacral chakra here, another thing that will affect your union and when the two of you come together is your flow. You're supposed to be somebody who is in more of a feminine energy. And I think that so is your significant person. You both have flow in different ways. You're both supposed to feel somewhat at peace with your trajectories, with your life paths. You're supposed to feel connected to who you are and what you're able to create with your energy. And you're supposed to feel somewhat inspired by your experiences. So your life should generally have meaning. It should have a sense of purpose. It should feel like it's flowing well, even if you don't know what you're going to be doing in the next 2 years. It's not about having a plan. This card is about feeling confident in your ability to make things up as you go by co-creating with the universe. So when things come your way, instead of stressing about it, instead of getting really anxious and afraid of how your little actions could create big consequences in the future, you have things come your way and you go, okay, well, we'll handle this, we'll get through it, it's no big deal. And in some cases, things come your way and you're like, oh wow, I wasn't expecting that, but that's fun, let's give it a go. And it's not just about being optimistic, it's about, again, feeling capable. This sacral chakra energy goes with the flow, feels connected to themselves, and understands that at the end of the day, what you do has meaning, regardless of how successful or how much it aligns with other people's expectations. It is simply supposed to be an authentic representation of you. It is supposed to be an authentic experience of your creative potential. And it will not always be an accurate depiction of how skillful, intelligent, capable, and all of those other measured qualities. Instead, this card talks about how you're always growing, you're always developing, therefore you are always more than what you've already done. And so the best thing that you can do, instead of feel disappointed in how you didn't quite measure up, is be grateful that you have the chance to keep trying, to keep learning, to keep experiencing, and to keep blooming. So this card is very open, feminine energy, connected to flow, connected to the water element, and it is connected to the energy of creation. So it will affect your ability to come into union, because you should have a pretty strong connection to this before you meet this person. And then staying in union with them is about embracing these qualities more often, not getting too off track by, again, stressing and getting anxious and caging yourself into a situation where you feel like you just aren't flowing, like everything has to be measured and quantified and calculated and prepared for. That's not your most successful state. You should always have the opportunity to flow and to simply create without expectation, without measured validation. You should be in environments that encourage you to continue to grow and flow. Which is why with the Teach card reversed, you may have a significant change in lifestyle, career, or structure that impacts the way that you measure value, success, and meaning. With this card reversed, you're going to be like more of a learner when this person comes into your life, which means you may at some point even be a teacher, someone who is so masterful and knowledgeable that you're teaching other people how to do something. But when this person comes into union with you, you're actually, mentally speaking, more of a learner. You're more of, in the mindset of, I'm still figuring something out. My life is transitioning. I don't really know at this stage what I'm transitioning into. I don't really have structure, and I'm not really looking to conform into something right now. I would prefer to instead stay open and gain a sense of value through sentimental connection, through quick experiences, and then I'm just going to be patient with the journey. And so these two cards say that you're a bit of a soul searcher, and you may be even trying to figure out, where am I going to live? What kind of lifestyle do I want? Your routine may be all over the place, or you just may be very flexible and trying not to get too stuck into something, which could be indicative of the kind of job that you have. Maybe it's more of a flexible work situation, or maybe your living circumstances are really flexible, where you don't want to feel trapped by a mortgage or a lease, a rental agreement. So you're choosing to live like in temporary boarding facilities, or you're traveling. But ultimately, the things that affect your union with your significant person are highlighted by the fact that you need to feel autonomous. You need to feel like you have room in your lifestyle to seek clarity from yourself, to process the things that you've already been through, and to also stay open to the answers that you're needing about your future. And so you do feel like you don't have strings attached. You feel like someone who's quite a free spirit, or someone that has a lot of time to themselves, a bit of a loner on one hand, like in an extreme case, or just somebody that has a lot of freedom, a lot of independence, a lot of autonomy. You may be self-employed, or you could just be, again, no strings attached. This is going to affect your union because this time alone seems very important in getting to this stage over here. It's like you need this time alone, these experiences by yourself, and this time to process your past in order to make sure that you don't accidentally commit to the wrong person under the wrong structure. With this card reversed here, it's like you need to go through experiences that make you avoidant of commitment, so that you're very careful of what you sign up for. Your relationship with this person seems to start in a way where you're very apprehensive about committing yourself and entering this relationship, because you want to be sure that it's exactly what you need, and that it's not going to take away from what you've created for yourself and the progress that you've made for yourself. And so with this card reversed, your needs are something that change right before you come into union with this person. It's like you get to live one type of way, and then you have another life, and then you come back to some sort of middle ground where you're still this free, independent spirit, but your varied experience and all the different lessons that you've been through as a learner help you understand what you want to commit yourself to and what that looks like for you. And it may be quite unconventional with this card reversed. Unorthodox is another word that comes to mind when we have the Hierophant reversed. And just overall, the whole purpose is to feel flexibility. We don't want to feel like we're conforming to some sort of structure, routine, or overall expectation that is going to limit our ability to grow, to gain meaning from our experiences, and to also just evolve and grow, like I said the first time. So these are the things that will affect your union. And then once you're together, we continue to work through these things with our significant person. And that's the very nature of this card. Your significant person is somebody who comes into your life with the ability to match your energy. And so a lot of work goes into getting to this level for you, my viewer, and also for your significant person. You both don't take each other for granted. You know what you have, and you are very committed towards maintaining that harmony in your relationship by showing up for each other and by also knowing that you need to show up for yourselves. So there's a lot of work that goes into coming into union. And then when you come together, you're not expected to be perfect, but you are expected to have the wisdom to be able to know when you need time for yourself, to be able to know when you need to just step away and let your energy settle a little bit instead of reacting prematurely, instead of expecting things to change. Like, you know that you have a level of accountability in your relationships as well as in your journey, and you need to maintain that accountability while also using your wisdom from previous experiences to make sure that your next relationship is the right one. You don't take commitment lightly. It's either something that you take very seriously, or it's something that you're avoiding because you don't believe that everybody sees commitment the same as you, and you don't believe that this type of relationship works for everybody either. So those are the things that will affect your union. We're going to move into a deeper part of your reading now, where we get messages from your higher selves. And the way that I've done this is we're going to have a look at what your higher selves think of each other's human beings. So when I talk about your higher selves, I'm talking about who you are in the fourth dimension, in a different plane of existence where time is one of the ways that we add dimension to our experiences. It is not a construct or a measurement. It is a part of what those beings see. And for that reason, your higher selves are able to, touch, taste, feel, hear, see things in front of them, behind them, around them, and also in the past, in the present, and in the future, all at once. It is a very far out concept, but it ultimately helps us understand things, because while we may not be able to see what's happening on that level, that dimension can always see what's happening on this level, much like how we can always see what happens on a 2D level through movies, drawings, pictures, television screens, devices. So we always have access to the dimensions below us, but we can't always access the dimensions above us. It's not physically possible, although there are many studies into metaphysics trying to figure out how to get into that quantum realm, that fourth dimension, and in this case, that higher selves plane of existence. So by understanding what your higher selves think of each other, we can help understand more about your significant person, the relationship, and how union happens. So I'm going to pull cards of your higher selves, and I'm going to do this in a person A, person B style to really help us separate you and your person and to get as much information as possible. And the idea behind the person A, person B format is that if you resonate as person A, your significant person will be person B, or vice versa. So Spirit, for my group 4s, what does person A's higher self think of their human being? Group 4. Okay. We're taking the Ace of Arrows. And for my group 4's person B, thank you, Spirit, we're taking the 5 of Staves, which is the 5 of Wands. And now, to help you know which person you are, I'm going to get a quick reading, quick card, to have a look at your human beings. to understand your personalities on this earthly plane, in this human existence. What is person A's personality like, Spirit? Thank you. Okay, we have the 8 of Vessels, which is indolence. I haven't heard that word very many times in my life. What is person B's personality like on a human level? We have the Ace of Pipes, or one pipe, which is the Ace of Wands. So 8 of Cups and the Ace of Wands reversed. Interesting. So if you resonate as person A, you're likely someone who feels like they're always having to process their feelings, or they're always having to make sure that they're honoring their feelings. You may be someone that often feels like you feel too much, or like you let people take advantage of you. And so your experiences in life and the way that you are naturally has conditioned you to constantly be evaluating your interactions with the people around you. You struggle to feel safe, and you also don't want to be taken advantage of. The people in your life who you feel you don't have a lot of say over, in terms of maybe family connections or colleagues, or people who feel like it's very hard for you to let go of them, you have to kind of see them or be connected to them. They may be constantly testing you, and you may feel like you're constantly having to reevaluate these relationships. You're also somebody who takes their emotional well-being seriously. You are prone towards low moods. You're someone who, when you feel low, you feel really low, and your mental health may feel like something that you're having to consciously stay on top of, consciously evaluate, and just consciously make the effort to be in a happier state of mind, or in a more balanced state of mind. You may feel at times like your brain is just wired to be sad, or to have more reductive or negative sort of thought patterns that assume the worst. However, this is more than just thoughts. This is about overall feeling like you have to prepare for the worst before you can get the best. And so this comes through sometimes as you being either the voice of reason, or the person who's always prepared for the end before you're prepared for like the new beginning or something like that. And so it's like your personality at times can feel very down, and then on the other hand, people enjoy the fact that they know what to expect with you, because you're somebody who is very clear about what you have to offer and of what you expect in return. You appreciate not being taken advantage of, and you do your best not to do the same. This is the kind of person that believes in what goes around comes around. What you put out is what you get back. And you may also think that for you, karma works very quickly with this 8 of Cups. There's no point in trying to cheat, or, try to get ahead by pulling one over the universe. It's always going to come back. And so you do try to stay focused on balance. However, you've had a history, or you will have a history in your future, of needing to self-medicate, or to trying to find coping mechanisms that help you get to that balanced state quicker. So you may be someone with the 8 of Cups who was prone towards drinking or consuming substances that help you numb your feelings, so that you don't have to feel them so deeply, because you are a deep feeler with this 8 of Indolence, and you kind of don't always know what those feelings mean. They just hit you, they come on really strong, like a wall of feelings, And then it takes you time to figure out, oh, I wasn't sad, I was just overwhelmed. And now that the moment has passed, like I'm good. Or I wasn't excited, I was actually anxious. And so even though you feel a lot, you don't always know what you feel. And that's where I think at times you feel taken advantage of as well. Because in the moment, you may look like you're freaking out, but really you just need people around you who give you plenty of time to process your feelings and for you to feel more in control or balanced. Where if you're, having a strong wave of emotion hit you and somebody's interpreting that in the wrong way, you could be made to feel guilty for being just who you are. And I feel that conflict may start on like a family level between you and a parent or you and a sibling, or just it could happen a lot in your workplace. I'm not too sure, but it just feels like you're constantly having to evaluate, well, is this relationship even safe and healthy for me? Is this person even making me feel safe enough to feel? Or am I being encouraged to shut down because that's easier for them? So if you resonate with that, you're person A, and this is your higher self's understanding of person B. So let's have a look at person B's human being now. With the Ace of Pipes reversed, person B could best be described as someone who has all the right intentions and can tend to have a really open, positive, easygoing outlook on life. However, they never seem to be able to get things off the ground. They're seen as somebody who may struggle to follow through with their plans, with their ideas, and someone who needs more support or external boost to be able to do all of the exciting things that they want to do. This is the kind of person that loves to talk about things and kind of scratch the surface, but when it comes to actually living it and going out there and claiming that experience firsthand, they're not always confident in doing that, either because they aren't confident in their own ability to make it happen, or because they're not confident in that being something that they even want. Like, it's a very flippant energy, and it feels like the kind of energy that loves to exist in the theory but just can't take it into the practical. They love the idea, but they can't commit to the action. And it comes through as someone who takes a long time to get things off the ground. It's like they talk about things for so long, and the people who know them for a long period of time know to expect them to either never make it happen, or that they're not going to make it happen unless somebody else does it for them. This energy is very misunderstood, and it's often underestimated, because although it indicates that there is a disconnect between scheming, dreaming, and physically creating, the flow there is about feeling supported by their environment, much like we saw in the first part of your reading. And so person B needs to be in the right environment, surrounded by the right people, to help them see themselves as capable and able. And they will always feel like someone who's had a lot of false starts, or a lot of cancelled plans, or just a lot of redirections in life, where they originally expected things to go one way and then life had other plans. And so this is the type of person where if they were to truly reconnect and recount their lived experiences, it would feel like a lot of things happened on accident. Like they didn't really plan for it to happen, it just happened. They actually wanted things to go this way, and then it went that way. Well, originally I wanted to be an astronaut, and then I went to school one morning. I actually got hit by a car, and on my way to the hospital, the ambulance driver said, "Hey, are you going to that expo today?" And I was talking to them, they were really nice, so I decided to go to the expo, and that's how I got my job. And I've been here for 5 years. Like, it's the kind of person that life just seems to happen to them, and they don't always feel like they're in control, but they do end up having this appreciation for how things always work out. Whether they're in control or not, things always work out. They end up understanding and appreciating how the cancelled plans, the false starts, the redirections lead them towards bigger, better opportunities. But it does lead them to feel at times like they're just not that person who's able to be a go-getter, who's able to, sorry guys, I just had to blow my nose, who's able to stick to the things that they put their mind to. And they often feel like someone who's just not capable. And so they do experience low self-esteem and low self-efficacy at times. So if you resonate as that person, you are person B. Let's have a look at your higher selves now. Person B's higher self sees person A on a human level as someone who is often surrounded by chaos and conflict. Now, our higher selves don't judge, but like I said before, they are able to see the past, the present, and the future all at once, and they're able to see the bigger picture. Our consciousness lives in our bodies. Our higher selves aren't limited by bodies. They see everything. They see everyone. They see how we look in other people's eyes. They see how other people look in our eyes. And they see it all happening without time being a measurement. And so person B's higher self looks at person A's human being as someone who is always in situations where they're either feeling challenged, they're feeling like they're having to compare themselves to other people, or they feel like they have to compete for a certain amount of success, attention, or validation. And like they always have to prove a point by either being the most successful, the most dominant, or in some cases, just the loudest person. And so it's like person B's higher self sees person A's human being as someone that is always somewhat challenged, that is always in either competitive, tense environments, or someone who is just surrounded by people who are encouraging them to make changes. The reason why this card shows up in our lives is to help us see these tensions as opportunities to change, to either change the environments that we occupy, to change the ways in which we allow other people's opinions of us to influence our self-worth, or to change the way we let other people cause chaos in our lives. And so person B's higher self knows that person A is on the precipice of change. They're currently butting heads and experiencing conflict where they're fighting back. And in some cases, this isn't even their fight. They're just being pulled into other people's chaos, other people's insecurities, and other people's jealousy or expectations. So person B's higher self is overall seeing this as the change that person A's human being needs. It's the kind of change that helps person A's human being establish better emotional boundaries, but it also helps person A's human being feel like they have more control over their moods. Person B's higher self is aware of how these kinds of external conflicts and tensions negatively impact person A's moods. It makes person A's human being feel out of balance, feel low or upset when they don't need to. And they see that person A is someone that just takes on a lot, almost like a sponge for energy. Person B sees them as someone that carries a lot, and it's not always theirs. And so at the time that I'm reading for you, person B's higher self is encouraging person A to cleanse their energy, to protect themselves, and to try to reduce the amount of tension and external conflict in their lives. Person A, on the other hand, is looking at person B's human being as someone who is sitting on an idea that will ultimately change their life for the better. Person A's human being person A's higher self sees person B's human being as someone who could make a lot happen once they're ready. And it ultimately feels like it's not going to happen right now, but it is an idea that has already gained fruition. It's like the seed was planted, and instead of watering it, we just let it sit there in the soil, and it's still waiting and waiting and waiting until we start to water it so it can start to grow. So it's like person A's higher self sees person B as someone that needs time to adjust to new ideas. They need time to physically feel ready enough to take action towards new ideas, and they don't like to be rushed. They don't want to feel pressured. They enjoy being a part of other people's ideas, but when it comes to them doing things, it has to be on their terms, it has to be right. And it's more of an instinctual decision. It's got nothing to do with fear. It's just not something that feels comfortable or natural. They don't like to act impulsively. They prefer to wait until their gut is saying, okay, now do it. And they also like to get advice and ideas from other people. So person A's higher self sees person B as someone who likes to bounce off ideas and gather information before they feel confident enough to act. And when they do get rejected, they actually take it quite personally. They may be able to externally bounce it off their back like it's nothing, but internally it impacts their decision making. It makes them question whether they should have tried so hard or whether they should have just waited until it fell into their lap. Because person B comes across as the type of person who has had some beautiful changes happen, some significant changes happen, without them even trying. And so person A's higher self sees person B as someone that's always trying to decide, do I do more or have I done too much? And is this the right time or should I just wait? And maybe I'll ask this person for their ideas and maybe I'll just forget about it for now. So there's this feeling of your higher selves already being able to know each other fairly well, but there's also this feeling of your higher selves seeing each other as evolving people. So for a lot of you, you really do resonate with that message. Like this ties us back to the start of your reading. You either haven't met each other yet, or you're still healing together and you're both learning how to show up for each other better by showing up for yourselves better, by having those healthy boundaries with other people, and by believing in yourself enough to pursue the things that you want to pursue. So that is what your higher selves think of each other. Let's get some channeled messages from them now. Okay, Spirit. For my group fours, what does person A's higher self want to say to person B's human being? What does person A's higher self? Okay. What does person A's higher self? Thank you, Spirit. Okay. How are we looking? I think I got to move out a little bit just to try to fit it all in. That's not going to fit in. We'll do this instead. How's that? Pretty good. What does person B's higher self want to say to person A's human being spirit? What does person B's, thank you spirit. What does person B's higher self, person B, what does person B's higher self want to say to person A's human being spirit? Thank you. Okay. Whoa, we got 2 cards. All right, so between the 2 of you, we are seeing at the back of the deck, the 7 of Cups. I just dream and wish for everything. Your higher selves, sorry, my chair is so squeaky. Your higher selves are encouraging both of you to keep moving forward on your journeys. Trust the path that you're on. Keep pushing through your challenges and stay true to the paths that you're on, which is a good sign that you've already made some pretty powerful changes in your life. And it's also a good sign that you are headed towards more opportunity, the chance to really prove to yourself more than anything what it is that you want, and to also show the universe that you're that one step closer towards union with your significant person and towards understanding yourself better and towards experiencing life in a different way, in a richer way, based off of your ability to break cycles that aren't healthy for you and to pursue life in a more authentic way. The 7s are very spiritual numbers in tarot, and the 7 of Cups is a card that talks about feeling like you have all these choices, all these different options that you could choose from, to the point where it's overwhelming. It's like life is just throwing you this and that, and it's overwhelming. It makes you question what it is that you want, and it also can distract you from your truth because all of a sudden this is in front of you now. And so a lot of people feel like they're about to go down a tangent sometimes when the 7 of Cups is in front of them. It feels like you're being misled down the wrong road, but ultimately, whatever you choose helps you know yourself better. It helps you gain valuable experiences and wisdom about life, about the human experience, about people, and it helps you ultimately, if you're working through those experiences, have a stronger, more genuine connection to who you are and who you are capable of being in this lifetime. And all of that is going to help bring you closer to your significant person as they mirror your energy and match your vibration. Person A's higher self wants to say to person B's human being, don't wait for me. I am going to be a part of your future, whether you actively want me there or not. We are going to cross paths. At the time that you are seeing this, it is impossible for me to miss you. I will cross paths with you as long as you continue to focus on the road that you're on, as long as you continue to stay grounded in the present moment, and as long as you continue to seize the opportunities that are in front of you, continue living your life and immersing yourself into your experiences. Don't wait for me. Don't delay your success, your growth, your experiences for me. A part of us being able to connect involves you feeling like your life is in your control and that you are fully able to make big decisions about your future without feeling like you need to wait for me to be in your life. You will have experienced success before I even show up in your life. And so it's important, if you're person B, to make sure that you're processing your experiences right here, right now. Don't worry about being perfect for me. Don't worry about needing to look a certain way. just worry about how your mind allows you to see yourself. Focus on building a stronger attitude towards yourself, a more loving attitude towards yourself, and a more optimistic attitude about the future that we can have together. Once we are together, it ultimately feels like we're going to be pretty important to each other on a practical level, on an emotional level, and also on a values level. We form our own sense of stability and security once we come into union. And it feels like in the lead up to us meeting, we're almost in this gray area where we've accomplished certain things and we're just trying to wait until we get some sort of understanding of where to next. And so before I come into your life, it's going to feel like you're just waiting to see, like, to whether you should take that job opportunity, whether you should apply for that house, or whether you should take that trip overseas. And if you're in this receptive, present energy, you should be looking at your opportunities and your life as something that is developing, as something that is continually gaining momentum. Regardless of if I'm there or not, it's important that you feel like you can act on the things that are important to you, and that you're not going to miss out on me and being with me just because you need to do those things. Our paths are so heavily intertwined already that we are very close to coming into union. We are very close to attracting one another. And it's really important on a physical level that you understand what you need so that you can create space for me as well to come in. You're not supposed to have it all figured out yet. You're not supposed to feel like your most successful self, like your most put together self. As long as there's room for me to join you, we can continue to grow together. It is important at this stage in your journey that you feel like you can be yourself, like you feel like you're surrounded by people in most of your environments who support you, who allow you to be yourself, and who encourage you to speak your truth. It's really important that you continue to recognize that as an integral part of your success in life, because if you compromise your truth, your authenticity, and your genuine beliefs and nature, you lose that connection to genuine experiences with genuine people in genuine ways with genuine success. And that's what's happened in the past. It's probably something you're already aware of if you're person B, and it's definitely something that helps us come closer together. You being able to shine as you are intended to be is a big part of why we are able to come into union. So that's what person A's higher self is saying to person B. Let's have a look at what person B's higher self says to person A's human being now. I want you to know that it's really important that you trust yourself on an instincts level and on an emotional level. This no is reversed because your answer should be yes, but with love for yourself. You should feel comfortable to say no to others if it means you're protecting yourself, and also if it means that you're creating healthy boundaries. More often than not, the answer should always be no until you feel right about it. And the best way that you can do that is by also trusting your gut. I know that at times you struggle to trust your heart because of how it's misled you in the past, but the truth is, your feelings are powerful for a reason. They help you stay dynamic. They help you stay open, receptive, and connected to new opportunities and new experiences, which is why it's really important right now that you continue to act from that lens of seeking more joy, more love, more connection, more experiences. At this point in your journey, it's really important that you're not afraid to leave. Whether it's about temporarily creating space or giving yourself that permanent sense of openness so that you're staying receptive towards better experiences, better relationships, better friendships, and just better connections. The people in your life are significant if you're person A, because they ultimately either empower you and support you, or they hold you back and keep you limited. Your mood and your mental health have a big part to play in how much opportunity you feel ready to claim. What makes us so similar is that the universe has truly, authentically connected to us in a way where anything is possible if we allow ourselves to get out of our own way. It's like things can happen really quickly for us if we allow it to. But for as long as we're held back by other people and by what we think other people want from us, it feels like our lives just become so stuck and limited. And the experiences that we end up having in those chapters of our lives start to feel like they happened for other people instead of us. We're both supposed to be main characters that have a direct connection to source and to the creative energy of the universe. And right here, right now in your journey, you're being encouraged to stay open to that energy and to not let opportunities slip through your fingers. It's important that you seize these opportunities to create new experiences, to experience joy, to create new relationships, and to reconnect with people who you haven't seen in a while and who help you feel more like your joyful self. This does involve living in the moment a little bit more, but it also involves embracing your truth, your clarity. When I talk about light for you, person A, I'm mostly talking about clarity, enlightenment, your truth. That is why you feel so deeply. Aside from being very empathetic and very intuitive, you're also somebody who feels the truth before they understand it. And so you have a lot of clarity around you, a lot of truth within your vessel that is trying to help you steer yourself down the right path. Knowing what that path is and what continuing forward looks like is a part of knowing what you want. These are all things that you possess within you already, and yet you need that confirmation from your heart. You need that time to sift through that overwhelming feeling to be able to gain your certainty. And so as this reading wraps up, person A, I just want you to trust that your feelings are leading you in the right direction. The only thing you need to do is give yourself time for those feelings to settle and for yourself to be more confident about the appropriate course of action. Don't overthink it. Let your feelings be a part of your strength and work with those strengths to continue moving forward. At this part in your journey, person A, it's really important that you don't let other people dictate what it is that you should be doing and how you should be spending your time. You need more joy. You need more fun, more playful opportunities to connect with your inner child and to connect with the people who you're able to laugh with. You need more joy. So that is what I'm seeing for you from your higher selves. it's not all romance on that plane, I guess. It's a lot of insight, and I guess because our higher selves see so much, I always wonder like what they're actually motivated by, you know? As human beings, time is a construct, so we're motivated by time, and we're motivated by the experiences and how they're impacted by time. But if time is just a way of seeing things, I wonder what our higher selves are motivated by. I just imagine them watching us do things and going, wow, okay, Uno reverse, pick up two, you know, skip a turn, let's go back to the beginning. Like, it just feels like a really entertaining board game almost, where you're watching your human avatar slowly figure something out that you've known all along, and becoming invested in the ways in which they either repeat cycles or are able to create new chains of events. Like, I feel like our higher selves, it's just very interesting to me what happens on that level. I'd love to hear your thoughts to group 4. I'm going to close your reading now by getting advice on how you can come into union with your significant person. Regardless of if you're person A or person B, let's have a look from source, from spirit. What advice do you have for group 4 on how they can come into union with their significant person? Okay, we have 26 in the reverse position, and it is very dark here today. It looks like it's going to rain, so my natural lighting is not as bright as usual. Okay, with this card, I feel that overall the advice for you has to do with you trusting your decisions and seeking more harmony. Whether that harmony is about focusing on temporary goals, you know, I really think that you don't need to stress about bigger plans right now. It's important to always build your hopes and aspirations for the future. And if you are someone that needs long-term goals in order to have that, then by all means, do what feels right for you. But I actually think that union with this person does change a lot of your long-term plans. It changes some pretty big things in your lifestyle. And so the best thing that you can do to prepare for union is to simply focus on the little decisions that you make about your life and how they help you feel more balanced, more harmonious, and more self-fulfilled. Not because you should be a selfish person, but because you do need to make sure that you're honoring that relationship with self first and foremost, and letting your relationship with self lead you through these significant relationships. You have some pretty meaningful friendships in your life that help you come closer to your significant person. And these relationships are definitely the kinds of friendships that help you heal more, or just help you embrace your true nature while also helping you accept who you are. Like, it's big lover's energy. It's like you're supposed to have these romantic friendships in the lead up towards meeting your significant person. And these friendships, these romantic friendships, give you that platonic sense of connection, confirmation, and validation that you need to empower you towards making those little decisions that help you cross paths with your significant person. And like I said in the beginning, group 2, why did I say 2? I think because I see the 2 here. It's in my mind though. The number 2 is very significant. It's like this idea of balance and partnership and working together, compromising. Seeing this as a joint effort is really important in this relationship. But ultimately, group 4, it's just your relationship with your significant person is very much about making sure that the right people are around you to empower you with the right mindset to make those right choices that help you cross paths with this person, and you're very close, is what it feels like. So that is what I'm seeing for you, group 4. I'm going to end your YouTube reading here, and we're going to go into the extended now. This is what we're covering in the extended. I'm going to read it out, but it is neatly typed down below. And if you click on the extended readings link in the pinned comment and the description box, you will be able to read this on my website. Make sure you click on group 4 before you purchase any readings. Your group 4 of the Have You Met the One reading, and all of this information will be in the description box of your extended reading as well. So over there, we're going to be looking at what union with your significant person is supposed to be like. We're going to have a look at the relationship itself, the nature of it, the themes, and then we're going to have a look at why is your relationship with your significant person like that. We did touch on this here, but we go into it in depth in the extended by focusing on soul contracts if you have one, your personalities, your natures more in depth, and also the experiences that you go through while you're together and how that shapes what your union is supposed to be like. This is based off of your current energy, and it's really important that you remember that free will component. Things can always develop based off of how you influence it. So this is just the most likely outcome based off of your current energy at the time that you're seeing this. To continue forward in the extended readings, we're also going to have a look at what you will create together, you and your significant person, exploring themes of children, family, and legacies. What are you going to create together? We will also get channeled messages from your future selves, person A and person B. And then we'll close your extended reading by looking at what you will treasure most about each other. So it's still going to be delivered with compassion and consideration. The whole point was to hopefully help you feel good about where your journey is leading you and what your significant relationship can look like, and how that's going to influence your journey as well. It feels like you will lead a very strong life outside of this relationship. You come across as a seeker, and I'm really interested to see how that impacts your union. So we should get more information about that as well. But that is what is in the extended. As I said, link down below. Check it out. Make sure you select the right group before you spend any money, your group 4. And speaking of that, thank you so much for all of your support right here on YouTube, group 4. I really appreciate your energy, your time, and your support right over here. If you can't join us in the extended reading, I hope this YouTube reading was satisfying. I hope it helped you feel more connected to the road that you're on. I hope it confirmed and validated a lot of the powerful choices you've made to grow and to protect yourself while you heal and grow. And more than anything, I hope that this reading empowered your clarity. Remember to take what resonates, don't let the rest take from you. As we part ways, I wish you peace, prosperity, abundance, happiness, health, wealth, success, and joy on your journey ahead. Bye.